and good morning, everyone. Let's try that again, because I think I already heard good morning on this side of the room. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Right, that's much better. You now sounded as if you had breakfast. Welcome to CaribNOG 25, where we are streaming live from Grenada. This is the first time that we're back out in person. Isn't this great? Yes, I feel so good to be here to see all of you this morning. And I just want to say welcome and thank you all for being here today, the first of 2 days of CaribNOG. And tomorrow, well, also to say thank you to those of you who are streaming online. Please remind your friends, family, everyone that they can go online and stream with us. The link is available on caribnog.org. So they can go to the CaribNOG website and find the link. Please tweet it, share it. Also, you can use CaribNOG 25 as our tagline. Great? So it is my pleasure. My name is Claire Craig. I am one of the organizers of, I'm a member of the organizing committee of CaribNOG. And I look forward to spending the next 2 days with you all. So, as is customary in Grenada, let's just start with a prayer. Can you please stand? Thank you. Father, we just welcome your presence into this room. We give you praise and thanks, O God, for all that you have done and for the years that you have been able to allow CaribNOG to touch the lives of so many people across the Caribbean and globally, O God. We thank you for the resources and the collaborative partners who have worked with us to make this event possible and who continue to work with us. And we say, oh God, we ask that today you let your presence be felt in our midst. At the end of this, we can look back and know, oh God, that you have been with us and you continue to be with us and you continue to guide our path, oh God. And so we give you praise and thanks for all that you do, for all that you continue to do, and for all the lives that you continue to interact with. This we pray in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. Great. So CaribNOG, to give you a brief introduction to CaribNOG beginnings, you would have been seeing who we are. Now, some of you don't even, almost didn't recognize that young person there, that younger person there. And so I introduce, who needs no introduction, Beverly Wooding, to come and talk to you a little bit about CaribNOG so that all of you have a very good idea of what CaribNOG is. And when he says to you at the end of this that we are all CaribNOGers, you can repeat it with confidence and know that once a CaribNOGer, always a CaribNOGer. Okay? So Bevel, thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Claire. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and good morning to those online. I'm very mindful that not everyone could have made it to the Grenada Trade Center here in lovely St. George's, and so I want to make sure we have an equal welcome to those of you in the room. Thank you so much, and for those of you who are online and who will be joining us, good morning. This overview that I'm about to give is actually recognizing the fact that at each one of our meetings, there are a group of persons who, for them, it would be their first CaribNOG. So I just want to get a sense from those in the room here, how many of you have never been to a CaribNOG meeting? Oh. All right. This one's for you. All right, so I'm going to start with, if I can get the deck up. Just some quick pointers about CaribNOG. The tagline for CaribNOG is networking for the greater good. And that is essentially what we're doing. CaribNOG involves, it involves two-way training. This is the place where network engineers, network operators, those with an interest in or an excitement and enthusiasm about network engineering, security, computers, get together to share ideas, share information, share knowledge. And it may seem obvious, but in the context of how our network operators have been cultured, it actually is not a very common thing in the Caribbean. Most of the networking engineering talent has come out of the telecom sector. And the telecom sector has had a history of monopoly and now duopoly type markets where information sharing was actually discouraged. You do not share what can be a competitive advantage to maintain the monopoly position. And so when CaribNOG began, we had to emphasize the fact that you can come into a space, remove your corporate badge, and sit as peers, network brothers and sisters, to discuss ideas and perspectives around designing networks, administering networks, expanding networks in a way that would allow everyone to benefit. So CaribNOG is a space for two-way training. So that's one. The second point is, in this forum, it is actually okay to challenge. Now, I'm giving these points because not all of these things are necessarily reflexive or natural for persons given our cultural background. If you challenge somebody, you're being offensive. If you challenge somebody, you could create contention. If you challenge somebody, you could find yourself in a fight after the meeting. In CaribNOG, it is not so. In CaribNOG, it's okay to challenge. When you say you're going to design your network that way, why is that the right way? Well, it's the right way because, or it's the right way, I did it this way all the time. Those kinds of interactions help us all to challenge ourselves. And so we encourage the challenge inside of the context of this room. But that said, sometimes the challenge is coming from a place of ignorance. And so in this forum, it is okay to not know. Right? You can take these as our rules of engagement inside the CaribNOG context. It is okay to not know. And it is okay to say that you don't know. It's a no judgment zone. Nobody's going to look at you and say, well, how did you become a network administrator and you didn't know that? Right? This is a place where it's, you're a network administrator and you didn't know that. Let me help you know it so you can be a better network administrator. That's what the CaribNOG space is about. So, a space for two-way training, a space where it's okay to challenge, a space where it's okay to not know, but a space where it's okay to seek the knowledge that you need to become a better, more competent, and more responsible network administrator. Claire said something just before she handed over the mic to me, and it's something that we repeat at all CaribNOG meetings. CaribNOG is not the organizing team. CaribNOG is a community. So in effect, whether it's your first meeting or your 25th meeting, you are CaribNOG. You are all CaribNOG. We're taking the presence in the room as a certification for membership. And it's a non-revocable membership once you abide by the conditions where you're sharing, you're challenging, you're growing, you're developing. Then you are CaribNOG. And I'll let Claire do the let's repeat after me, we are all CaribNOG, when she gets back on stage. But I just want you to know that in this space, simply by virtue of your presence online or in the room, we consider you all part of the CaribNOG family. And for those of you who may be wondering, okay, now that I'm part of this family that I didn't ask to be a part of, what does that mean and what do we do? Because you can't anymore say, now that you are CaribNOG, you can't say, what do you do? You have to say, what do we do? And I just want to spend a bit of time talking about the kind of network engineer that CaribNOG is structured and designed to create. So in this context, if you think about the things that would happen in a CaribNOG meeting, which you would be seeing over the next 2 days, I want to give you this simple equation. Technical knowledge plus practical insights plus, most importantly, relevant application allows us all as CaribNOG to administer intelligently wherever we are. And so each meeting is constituted to ensure that all of these components are present. This is going to be a time and a space where technical knowledge is imparted. One of the issues we have inside of the CaribNOG community is this, and hear me carefully. You have in this room some of the world's premier network engineers sitting amongst you, uncelebrated, unheralded, with knowledge and skill. You didn't pay to come into this room. You didn't pay to access this training, but it is no less valuable than multi-$1,000 networking or engineering certification courses. And I want us all to understand that. The knowledge that you're getting here comes from a deep spring of experience and technical know-how that is being shared freely with us all. And so in that context, we have the first part of our equation. Technical knowledge will be part of the experience inside of any CaribNOG encounter. But you also have practical insights. You have people here running large global networks and small business networks sitting side by side. There are techniques, there are methods, there are best practices that they will be exchanging so that we can all increase the quotient, if you will, of our capacity to administer our networks wherever they are. And then this issue of relevant application. One of the things with NOGs anywhere in the world is that they try to tackle the problems related to network administration where they are. So we have guys from the Latin America NOG community. We have guys from the North American NOG community here. Sometimes their issues may seem to be big country, big city, big business type issues, but always inside of it is a kernel, a seed, a layer that is applicable wherever you are, whatever network you're managing and administering. And I'm saying networks, but it's more than networks, it's network solutions. It's the applications that run on the networks. It's the tools that you use to check out and to discover whether or not you or your users are doing a good job or a safe job. And that gets us into the place where we get the sum of the equation, intelligent application. For us, all as CaribNOGers, the issue is to move from being mere administrators of networks to being producers of networking solutions, being the ones with the creativity, the ones with the questions, the ones who challenge, why are we doing this way? Is there a better way to do it? And sometimes we discuss it in these terms. If you think about what an engineer is, an engineer really is a solution provider, the crafter of a way to get a problem solved. And in the network or computing context, it means looking at the challenges like we heard over the last 2 days. We have schools that are trying to roll out Wi-Fi. And you can go on Amazon and do double clicks and get equipment, but equipment alone doesn't give you an effective, functional, scalable school network or business network or government network. And so we want to get past the place where we are simply buying and installing and doing patches to the place where we are considering, pondering, deeply, profoundly debating what's the best way to do this in this context. But not from a place simply of intuition and gut feeling, but from a place of training and technical competency and learning. Everybody with me? That's what CaribNOG is for. Real solutions for real world problems. And the idea is that in this space, in this community, not just in this meeting, in this community, there are persons who have already committed to sharing what they know so that we can all do a better job at what we're responsible for. And to me, that is true engineering. Solutions that make a difference. Networking that is not just technical or hardware, networking that is human and relational. So if you have a problem, you can make a call or send a note or find someone who might even be in the Caribbean who can answer that question for you. That is CaribNOG. And that's why we're here today. So just to give some context around, and if we can jump to the section that speaks to sharing for the collective benefit. Many of the things that we use, the internet being the shining example, were developed and refined in fora like this, where specialists and user communities agree to share knowledge. Many of you knew the internet came out of a collegiate type background and setting. Scientists working on challenges for networking on a large scale decided to collaborate across institutions to come up with the best way to create what we now take for granted as the connectivity that is the internet. The interesting thing about that backstory in terms of how the internet was started is that it continues to this day. The organizations that are going to be presenting today, ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, LACNIC, the Latin American Internet Registry, ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, collectively known as the IORGs, they continue to share ideas and insights. And that's what we will be benefiting from in the presentations that we'll be rolling out today. You're going to have representatives from these organizations sharing a stage. Even though their badges may be different, their intent is the same. And so we'll be hearing from them and sharing for the collective benefit. We'll also, in terms of the network operator group function, we'll also be discussing how we play our part as CaribNOG in the context of the global network operators group community. Right? These groups, there is NANOG, you will hear from a NANOG representative. There is AFNOG, they wouldn't be here today, but sometimes they tune into our meetings. PACNOG, EuroNOG, some countries have national NOGs, all to do this at scale. And so CaribNOG, for those of you who may not have known, is just part of that global NOG community. And when you see persons flying into the Caribbean to participate in CaribNOG, is because that's what NOGs do. As I said, it may be unfamiliar to us. It may not be the way we roll naturally in the region, but what CaribNOG is seriously intending to do is to make sure we change how we roll so that there will be more sharing, more idea exchange, more information flowing between groups and organizations and individuals so that we can all do a better job at our jobs. Everybody following me? All right, so that's a NOG. So let's take a quick look at the map. And because when you look at this, this map showing NOGs around the world, you will see that throughout the regions of the world, you have these different groups. They all do the same thing: knowledge sharing, technical facilitation, skill development, problem solving, relationship building. I was explaining to someone this morning that this is CaribNOG's 25th regional meeting. There is no question anymore about if this is a passing fad. We're here to stay, right? This is our 25th regional meeting. We have consistently, over the years, played our part in increasing the knowledge across the region concerning some of the issues, the trends, the practices that are required. But we had this interesting juncture. You saw the pictures earlier where some of us looked more youthful then than we look now. And I'm putting this out to the room, my belief is that for us to go to the next 25 years of meetings, we need the versions of us from back then to start coming into the room. For CaribNOG to consider itself a successful community, we need our young persons present in the room. And so I've sent this challenge out, and I'll repeat it again, to all of the existing CaribNOGers. Let's start casting the net wider to ensure that we have a vibrant, more youthful community of network engineers. There's a disturbing trend taking place, and this is why I'm saying this, where as the technology becomes easier, it is easier to become a lazy engineer. It is easier to stop questioning, how does this work? Why does it function in this way? And one of the things that we have to do to secure our networking future is to ensure that we keep that fire of curiosity alive amongst our network engineers. That's our job. We have the history, we have the experience, we have the knowledge. They have the one-click, the Twitter and the TikTok and so on. And we need to make sure that they understand that there are things that make that work. And if they want to have it continuing to work in a particular way, there are things that they must do. If you listen carefully, you'll realize that there aren't that many voices challenging the young engineers to look into and to look under the hood. There aren't that many voices asking them to challenge why do things get set up the way that they get set up, or why do they function in the way that they function. We want CaribNOG to be that voice, challenging the users to become producers, challenging the maintainers to become the designers, challenging the administrators to become those who are the leaders of our network engineering future. Everybody with me? It's a challenge that comes with the veteran status that many of us in the room now have. It's time to impart differently to our young persons. And so we want to make sure from 25 onward that we always have a body of young persons learning things that they can't get taught in school, and that, interestingly and importantly, they can't Google to find out. Right? They have to get it through relationship, through connections, through building these kinds of region-wide groupings. So that's CaribNOG. CaribNOG is the Caribbean Network Operators Group, dedicated, committed, and serious about providing a regional forum for sharing technical expertise and experiences, for building technical capacity and knowledge, and for advocating relevant approaches and solutions for the region. And by saying this, remember, I'm not talking about an organization. I'm talking about you. You are CaribNOG. And so we can all look at these statements and ask ourselves and challenge ourselves to share technical experiences and expertise, to build technical capacity and knowledge, and to advocate for relevant technical approaches and solutions right here at home and throughout the region. Right, so I hope this gives you a good sense of what you're coming into this morning and over the next few days. Today, we're going to have updates. Claire is going to walk you through the agenda, updates from our IORGs, lightning presentations from our members. We're going to celebrate some of the successful initiatives that CaribNOG, your community, has been undertaking over the past few years to help build networks across the region. And tomorrow, we'll be inviting young persons from schools. I think it's TAMCC is going to be very strongly represented, but other students to come and sit down in an actual hands-on lab, roll the sleeves up, sit side by side with senior peers, and learn how to build an actual ISP from scratch. That's how we roll. Right? That's CaribNOG. So tomorrow is lab day. Tomorrow is careers day, to give our young persons a sense of, if you are thinking of a career in network engineering or computing for that matter, what do you need to consider? How do you get the hookup? Where do you get the practical experience to go beyond what the books are saying and what the curriculum is requiring? That's what we're going to do, not just tomorrow, but from this point onward, it's going to be a permanent feature of every CaribNOG meeting. Our CaribNOG Academy is about to launch. And we're launching it here in Grenada, so for the Grenadians in the house, you get to be the first, not the guinea pigs, the pioneers of this new initiative to ensure that we are giving back to our young people. So tomorrow we build an internet service provider from scratch. Right? Laptops, VMs, all those things will be given, instructions, you'll be expertly guided into it. Today, we get a little more insight into who is doing what, where, and why. Right? So you're going to be hearing from the different organizations. And I do want to thank all of the organizations that I referenced, ARIN, LACNIC. You see them on the, well, you don't see them there. You see them on the website. ARIN, LACNIC, ICANN, ISOC, our local providers, our local supporters here, FLOW, the Grenada NTRC, the government of Grenada that has allowed these kids to come out tomorrow and get access to this training. We really want to thank all of the supporters, the partners, the contributors who have made this 25th regional meeting of the CaribNOG community possible. I say, on behalf of the CaribNOG community, thank you. And I hand you back over to Claire. Claire?
Thank you so much, Bevel. Let's give him another round of applause. You know, it's very difficult to come after Bevel, eh? But just to reiterate a couple of things that he said, 25 years ago, or this is our 25th CaribNOG meeting, okay? There is, and I don't know if you saw it on the map, there is a LACNOG. And LACNOG represents Latin America and the Caribbean. But we recognized the need for speaking directly to our issues and our needs, and the need for a CaribNOG. So hence, when we say that we are CaribNOGers, we are speaking our language, we are addressing our issues, and we want to provide solutions that support what we do in the Caribbean, but also that can be used globally, as we heard from Kevin yesterday in his presentation. So now I'm going to say to you, let's say it. We are CaribNOGers. Repeat after me. I am a CaribNOGer. I am CaribNOG. Great. So before I go into the agenda, one other thing I wanted to say that Bevel spoke about, and he spoke about the technical knowledge, practical insights, and relevant application equal intelligent administration, right? That's what he said and when he welcomed you. And I want to give you, I like to tell stories. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I want to tell you a story. You would have seen in the photos, the earlier photos, there was a picture with Bevel Wooding, Vince Cerf, and myself, right? That was at a CaribNOG meeting in Jamaica. I was working on my thesis at the time, and I ran into a problem with getting information. And I was able to send an email to Vincent, the father of the internet. He forwarded to persons at Google and asked them to provide me with support in my research. And people at Google actually wrote back to me and provided me hands-on information that helped. So those are the kinds of resources that are available to you as a CaribNOGer, not just persons in the room, but globally. And there are a number of stories like that. But we're running out of time, so let me just go into. We're going to be doing, this is the opening, and as part of the opening, we will hear from ICANN, we will hear from NTRC, and we will also hear from ARIN. Well, yes, we will also hear from ARIN. So that will come in a little bit. Then we have the keynote from Stephen Lee, who is one of the founding members of CaribNOG and CEO of Architects. Then we will take a quick break for a photo shoot, which is also an important activity for us at CaribNOG. We will hear from our own Brent McIntosh, who will talk to us about the success story of the Grenada IXP, which really is a success story because Grenada was the first IXP in the English-speaking Caribbean and continues to grow and develop, and Brent will tell you all about that. We then move into the hearing from our IOGs, which are ARIN, ISOC, ICANN, and LACNIC. We have some lightning presentations. Then we have an IPv6 presentation from ARIN and LACNIC. And this is one of the presentations I'm really looking forward to, Universal Acceptance from Albert Daniels. We take a break for lunch, and we come back, and we hear insights, local services, and global opportunities, and that will be Dennis Augustine. Then we have an update from NANOG. We take a break again, some lightning presentations, and open mic for you this afternoon. So we continue now to, I will ask David to come and speak to us. Just give us a short welcome on behalf of ICANN. David?
Hi, good morning, everybody. To Mr. Bevel Wooding, to the members of the CaribNOG Organizing Committee, to the various ministers and senators who have honored us with their presence this week, to you, the delegates in the audience today, and to those of you participating online, ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, is honored to welcome everyone to this joyous 25th anniversary meeting of CaribNOG. The organization I represent, ICANN, is proud to sponsor and participate in this critical initiative to strengthen internet infrastructure in the Eastern Caribbean region. Efforts like this not only improve the technical posture of the region, but also of the world. Because to be sure, as more and more societies achieve digital transformation, achieving that is only possible with a strong, a safe, and a resilient underlying internet infrastructure. Our conversations this week go a long way to strengthening that. We do so through knowledge sharing, like we will today. We do so through capacity building, which we'll focus on tomorrow. But most importantly, the most important reason we're here today is to talk with each other, is to build friendships, to nurture existing friendships, and to take advantage of those friendships and use those friendships as we depart here and as we go on with our everyday lives. I've been doing this for a quarter century, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that while our technology is always evolving, the constant equation is the people behind that technology. Our community is actually really, really small. And I don't think it is an exaggeration to say that this internet story, the reason the internet has been so successful over the last 30 years, the most important reason is the people and how we communicate and how we share and how we help each other. Because Bevel's right, the technology has become simple, but doing it at scale is really, really difficult. And we can't do it alone. We can only do it with each other. This has been a wonderful and highly impactful week so far. ICANN would like to congratulate CaribNOG on the success of their our first 25 meetings, and I would like to very strongly declare that ICANN is fully committed to the long-term future of CaribNOG to do our part to ensure the next 25 meetings are just as successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and thanks again for all the support that we have received over the last 25 sessions for our CaribNOG. I will now ask an ARIN representative, I think that may be Nate, to welcome us. Just give us a brief welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, so good morning, CaribNOGers, right? It's wonderful to be here. You know, the slideshow earlier when we first came in was representative of the partnership that many of the organizations have had with CaribNOG throughout the past 25 meetings, and it's been a wonderful partnership. ARIN, on behalf of ARIN, we feel honored to be part of the relationship, and we look forward to many more years with CaribNOG. Leveraging on some of the comments that Bevel made earlier, this is really about partnering and working together and enhancing the internet going forward and enhancing digital transformation throughout the Caribbean. And it's folks like you that can make that happen. And we hope today you learn a little bit about what we do, since many of you are new to CaribNOG. And we hope that you'll take this information and continue to evolve and develop and help with key digital transformation throughout the Caribbean. It's a joy to be here today, and I hope to meet many of you in person before the end of the day and certainly before tomorrow. Have a great session today, and thank you.
And thank you so much, Nate. ARIN also is one of the collaborative partners who has been with us from inception and continues to support the efforts of CaribNOG. I will now ask ARIN Atak from NANOG to bring greetings on behalf of NANOG.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank CaribNOG for inviting me here. I am actually stepping into Edward's shoes, who is the executive director for NANOG today. He could not make it to Grenada. However, NANOG, of course, is focused on strengthening the network engineering community, not only in North America, but worldwide, increasing opportunities for students and up-and-comers into this industry, and further enhancing collaboration between the new and existing members of network engineering and careers in tech in general. Once again, thank you for the invite, and I'm happy to be here.
Thanks so much, Sharon, and for stepping into those shoes. As you would see when Breville brought up the map, we are partnering globally. And so even though we have not been in relationship with NANOG from inception, we recognize the importance of having these kinds of participation and what it can do for our community. So I hope you all see that as well. Our representative from NTRC isn't here today, and Brent tells me he's wearing his CaribNOG shirt, so figuratively. So we will now move into our keynote address, which would be by Mr. Stephen Lee, one of the co-founders, as I said before, of CaribNOG. And Stephen needs no formal introduction because you all have heard from him for many sessions already for this week. Stephen?
All right. Thank you, Claire. Morning, everyone. Good to see you. And to our participants online, let me just get set up quickly here. It's good to be back out in person. We had that period of time in which we had a bunch of online meetings and, back-to-back online meetings, which some of us are happy to not do anymore, right? Let me get this. Are you getting my screen? Ah, perfect, okay. All right, great. So the topic, what's going on here? What I want to cover today, internet traffic and economic opportunities. And this session, I want to basically start our meeting today by connecting to the foundation that was laid at the start of the Grenada ICT week. On the first day, on Tuesday, it was the business forum, and then yesterday we had the public sector forum, and it's part of, as I said, the ICT week, and we have a particular theme or particular direction of conversation that has been going here, and it definitely has been anchored on this platform as of technology's place in developing, in national development, in our regional development. For the business forum on day one, we're talking to business leaders about where technology falls inside of their system of business and work. In the public sector forum yesterday, we're talking about how we have public services and so on, which we need technology to be able to enable. And so even though today is our day of technical conversations, and we're speaking to a technical audience in the room and online, definitely want to build on that platform. We want to talk about where technology lives and how technology forms a part of a wider world, right? So not pure focus on technology for the intrinsic value of technology, but technology in the context of the very real world that we're living in, right? And so specifically this issue of interconnection and peering, which is from a technical standpoint, is an issue of internet exchange and traffic and so on. But how does that help to create economic opportunities, right? One of the statements that was made on on Monday was the statement that IT serves the business, or IT is a servant of the business, or it was spun another way, that the business drives IT, not the other way around. And I want us to hold that thought and that image in our minds as we discuss this issue of economic opportunities. Because what we're literally saying is, as nations, as a region, we need to move forward. We need to create potential and opportunity, and we need to live life. And we want to use technology to enable that, right? We don't want technology to be standing off by its side. So to kind of get that idea, I want to use an analogy here. And this wonderful, high-level graphic, is supposed to be, I did this a few years ago. This is supposed to be a picture of a top-down view of an island surrounded by water and so on, which we can all relate to. It is not shaped like Grenada. I didn't make a mistake. It wasn't an attempt to get a map of Grenada and so on. This is generic island. But we're visiting this island, or we're thinking about this island at a state in which we have a community over there on the northwestern side, and we have a community on the southeastern side. And the primary way of transportation, of communication, of these communities sharing life is via the sea, right? This is how we're going to get around. This is how we're going to send messages and so on. Probably the terrain interior is too difficult to make. And so the normal way of life that we meet this island looks like this. Look at that animation. We exchange messages and we move around and people interact with each other via this particular route. And that itself creates a particular way of life, right? Communication moves at a particular speed. The way relationships move at a particular speed. And of course, the skills and industry that this nation would invest in would be a lot of things that relate to the sea, seafaring, boat building, fishing, and so on and so forth. But here along comes disruption, comes potential development in which the government decides we're going to build a road on the interior, right? And we're going to, for this, of course, leverage technology. We're going to leverage civil engineering. We're going to leverage a new set of skills which are not immediately applicable to the seafaring community. But that doesn't really originate out of a bunch of technical people deciding. It originates out of leadership. It originates out of a point of vision of what we need to do to develop. But once that decision is made, we get some road built. We now introduce new transportation mechanisms, and we can make the transit across from our communities a lot quickly, a lot more easily. And that also potentially gives the rise of new communities that turn up in a place where they didn't before, and so on. So this analogy, this story, is really just trying to talk to us about how technology changes the entire landscape of the region or the place it's supposed to impact. What do we see inside of this? We see new pathways to get done whatever we need to get done, whatever it is. And what we're talking about here is just real life, not technology life, just real life. We have new pathways to get done whatever we're doing. We have the inclusion of new communities in the life of this particular nation, right? Can connect to new people. We now have some places that people can build houses and do things along the way. New technologies and areas of industry spring up because now we can add to our capability of boat building, to vehicles and maintenance and different sets of engines and stuff like that. And of course, this overall creates just generally new economic opportunities have sprung up in this scenario, right? And we're therefore thinking about interconnection, networking, and peering in exactly the same way that we have this. That there's something that happens when we provide an environment in which there can be new ways to connect and new ways to use something which isn't like intrinsically about community life, but it certainly can be leveraged for community life. And that's what CaribNOG and ARIN and LACNIC and ICANN and ISOC, the CTU and all of these community organizations around the Caribbean region involved in technology, certainly the viewpoint is it's supposed to be there to facilitate human life in new ways and new opportunities, right? And so specifically, how does internet exchange and traffic apply to this? I'm going to just run really quickly through let's map that picture onto what an internet exchange point does or what internet life looks like inside of any city, any region, and so on. This is our typical way in which we know we utilize the internet. We're all customers of some ISP, and they take our traffic or give us connectivity to the rest of the world. We might have multiple ISPs in this place that we're living. And what will typically happen is that an internet exchange point will be established to allow these ISPs to talk to each other. And what this is giving the opportunity for, and we know a lot of this already from our journey inside of CaribNOG, this gives the opportunity for the traffic between the customers on the blue IXP to be exchanged with the customers on the green IXP without having to go online. But the economic opportunities are beyond just that lowering the cost, because one of the immediate benefits is that the cost of the exchange of traffic is immediately lowered. So that's a given. But that usually redounds to the service providers first and foremost. But it also gives some opportunities for some new things to happen. Imagine that we are able to create some new service provider in the mix who didn't exist before. Some network service provider, and we can connect them to the blue IXP, and we can connect them to the green IXP, and we can connect it to the ISPs, the ISPs at first, and then we can connect it to the IXP as well. And now we have a new ecosystem in which we have all kinds of new services which are possible in that region without having to go online. And that's like the road that we saw that was built between the two communities. And this is what we talk about when we talk about internet exchange points and the role that they have in any domestic economy. And so we want to map those same benefits that were looked at before, with the island before, back into this world. But just to kind of calibrate what we might be talking about here, because in the title of this is in small markets. And so some of the ways in which this works, and I'm describing here, works really well in small markets. It might not, hardly does at this scale, translate to New York City or links in London and so on. A lot of these models change once you get to scale. But certainly at the scale that we operate at in Grenada and in Trinidad and in Jamaica and in Curacao, a lot of these models work really well for where we are at. So a Caribbean data center does not look like that, right? We tend not to. It's super expensive to try to build that inside of the region, so that's not what we're talking about for ourselves. This is GREX in 2012, right? When Brent was getting the Grenada exchange point started. It was one rack with a router, a couple of switches, and this is where interconnection in Grenada started. Can fast forward to 2019. This is the last time we were here for CaribNOG. Took some photos around that time. We had expanded into a nice little micro data center. And we're going to talk a little bit about this. Claire mentioned we're going to hear about the GREX success story, because inside of this move from just connecting providers to providing local hosting, some of those same services that we're talking about, these things are operating here in Grenada. And it has changed the landscape. So when we talk about economic opportunities in our markets, we're talking about how can we leverage this to make things different inside of our communities. And I want to just highlight these four, I'd say, clear areas that come about. And the first two are the obvious ones, so I want to spend more time on the last two. The first one is, of course, the bandwidth cost is lower, usually to provider. We really want in the Caribbean that when we're sending less traffic outside, that somehow we pay less for internet access. we're still waving that flag. We're still trying to say, can we get this going? That's where we need our the business community and the regulators and so on, just to have different kind of conversations with our providers to see if we can realize better costs. Granted, what has been happening in the region is that, we don't see lower bills, but we have been upgraded, I would have to say. Speeds go up and up and up in most of the domestic internet economies in the region, as the providers, I guess, have to pay less for some of that transit. The network performance is much better. Brent will talk a little bit somewhat about that, because once the services are local, we're hitting websites of caches and streaming movies and so on at local millisecond speeds, not we have to go to Miami and New York speeds. The third one, domestic services at local cost. I think this is one that I'm most interested in, because we have an opportunity here for, whether it's running that server or running a website or designing some e-commerce transaction and so on, we have the opportunity to be paying for energy at whatever is the cost of energy in my country in local currency. The person who's going to service it and work on it is paid at the rates in the local economy. And we're basically looking to do a set of things that we would normally do in the marketplace anyway, right? People there's a marketplace domestically. We're already trading with each other. We're already exchanging goods and paying for those goods and services and so on. But once you add the digital element to it, we're basically allowing transactions to take place at a lower cost with a lot more convenience, right? And so we're inside of CaribNOG, we're making the argument that we want to see how we can leverage this technology to enable those domestic transactions for things that we're already doing, and not think about it in terms of I have to leverage technology to do something like some website I'm seeing online, right? We're not trying to compete with Amazon. We're not trying to compete with Google. We're not trying to compete with Netflix. We're competing with paper, right? We're competing with no automation. We're competing with it takes me 1 week to get some transaction done that potentially maybe if there was some tech involved, it could take me 30 seconds or something like that. And if we look at it that way, we can see the appearance of some new options in the market, because we're not doing technology for some let's say, lofty and distant technology goal. We're using technology to do the stuff that we're going to do tomorrow anyway, all right? And the challenge is finding some way to bring that in and make it work and be realistic about it. But that's a conversation that we can have. There are going to be challenges. It's going to be things to get done. But that's a conversation we can have. And I think just the emphasis and the temperature of ICT Week this week has certainly been along that line, right? That there are things that we want to do as a nation that we want to do a better, wanted to take a different step forward with technology to get those things done. And of course, the last one, the new areas of knowledge and industry. Straight off the bat, once we're doing some of these things, we have to learn new things. You're going to have people who didn't have an opportunity before suddenly have a new opportunity to do something that they couldn't have done before. There's a lot of stuff going on the cloud right now that can be imported in a domestic context once we make the decisions that we're going in that direction. So I think there are lots of opportunity just to develop new local markets and ecosystems once we make the decisions about how tech fits into a national story. Last slide before I go, I do want to kind of mention just these 4 areas of consideration that once you step out in this direction, we can't avoid. Issues of security, we now own, right? Once things are digital, there's an opportunity for identity. How do you identify your actors? How do you manage things which are in bits and not physical anymore, and so on? So, and we have to give consideration around these things. I'm not going to be exhaustive here, But I'm saying these are now things that we have to have conversations about and find the best way forward. Because we're talking about economic development and national development, the issue of finance and payments is inescapable. And this is one area in which the banking system in the Caribbean, we're still working towards the kind of developments that we need to see. Because in as much as I can set up some automated system, last night we were at, I can't remember what it's called. Where's that thing last night at the hotel? Street food, right. At the hotel that we were staying at, all the street vendors come in and you buy chits and you get to exchange your chits for some really, really great food. That was great. Brent was just commenting that something like this, we'd want to be able to have some kind of mobile way of basically topping up and getting your value, and then you go to your vendor and you tap NFC and so on. That makes the whole process a lot nicer than having to, take out your tickets and so on. And it's fine. You could write an app for that and so on. But at some point, money has to be exchanged, right? Right? And unless we have our e-wallets and banking systems and so on connected up with the app that's on the phone, you're still going to go to a cash register, hand over some cash to get topped up on your phone to go and pay the vendors. And so we want to, again, adjust that area. Payments, micropayments, and the ability for commerce to work digitally is a big, big, big part of making this an economic benefit, right? Disruption, and by that I'm thinking immediately AI and what's happening right now. Right now, everyone is dealing with some new disruptive forces in the world of tech, right? And when we step into tech in 2023, we're not stepping into internet exchange points as they were when CaribNOG started in 2008 and 2010 and so on. We're starting into internet exchange points and internet traffic that is moving real fast, and new things like AI, right, and social media, which are on a different scale. And they have the potential to disrupt real life in ways that are different from before. And so we have to think about how to handle the potential areas of disruption that will come once you turn on those floodgates. And the last one is community, which I think is super important for us to actually make a good step in this direction. We have communities like CaribNOG, like the ISOC communities that exist around the region, and that's a place in which you meet people, right? And that's a place in which we learn. Just as was said just now, we learn the tools, the skills, the mechanisms by how to build those roads and set up those exchange points. It's absolutely vital that we have and we embed our younger people as well as our existing operators inside of communities that help to make the decisions to carry this forward. So I hope this sets the stage for our discussions for the rest of today and tomorrow, that we want to think about technology in a particular way, and looking forward for us to working together and making a great impact. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stephen. Yeah, let's give Stephen another round of applause. Now, Stephen spoke to us about internet traffic and economic opportunities, the value of local peering and interconnection in small markets. And sorry, you're not hearing me? Okay. I thought I might have been as tall as Stephen, so. Is this better? Right. And the analogy that Stephen gave really brought the point home, didn't it? You saw where they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And he actually you saw the boat going around the island, and you saw the disruption that took place. And we are at CaribNOG, this is our technical forum. But what Bevel really was talking about and has been talking about all week is the fact that business and technology need to come together, and we need to speak the same language. So if you thought that this was just going to be a lab. Yeah, we're going to have some of that as well, but our technical people really need to understand the language of business. And I think in Stephen's keynote, what he did was try to show us how business also needs to understand how technology can enable them. So thank you again, Stephen, for that. And I hope, let's see from a show of hands, how many of you all actually saw the connection? Great. And I hope our conversations, when you meet with Stephen, you're going to ask him, Stephen, tell us, how can we do this? And some of the other presenters that are going to be talking today. On that note, we just take a short break right now so that we can have our photo, so that we have a memento of our week at Grenada ICT Week, CaribNOG in Grenada ICT Week. So we ask you all to just come to the front for a few minutes so that we can take our group shot. Thanks. everyone, and welcome back as we continue CaribNOG 25. Now, just some information. CaribNOG is generally very relaxed. So you will notice that we don't really use the head table and we don't go into all the formalities. So just let your hair down and recognize that this is CaribNOG. It's different when the Prime Minister was here and that kind of thing. So just relax and let's enjoy this. So we're going to make a slight change in our agenda right now. I know, don't say, oh, I know. But this is going to be good. We're going to listen to the IOGs. We have a short update from Nate Davis from ARIN. Then we move into an update from Albert Daniels from ICANN. And then we have Shona Nosepa from ISOC. They are online, as well as Carlos Martinez from LACNIC. So that's the order. So I'm inviting Nate, and then Albert, then we will hear from Shernon and Carlos, okay? Great.
Oh, you put this up here? Yeah. Or if we just slide it to the side, maybe.
Okay. Will it work for you? It could stay here.
No, that's all right. They're going to do it from there. So. All right. Good morning again. Also, hello to remote participants. Welcome to CaribNOG. I'm Nate Davis, and I'm going to be giving an ARIN organization update. And if I can go to the second slide. Thank you. So for those that don't know, ARIN is one of the 5 regional internet registries that issues, thank you. That ARIN is one of the 5 internet regional registries that issues internet number resources. And those historically have been IPv4, and of course now they're IPv6 and autonomous system numbers. ARIN was established, incepted in 1997. We're a nonprofit. We have an organization that's member-driven by both service members as well as general members, and I'll get to that distinction in a bit. And as I mentioned, we administer IP addresses. If you want connectivity to the internet, you're going to get it from a regional internet registry, if not an upstream provider. Also, anyone interested in internet governance and numbering, you can become a part of the ARIN community, as well as LACNIC, which also serves the Caribbean. And you don't necessarily need internet number resources to do that. Anybody who's interested can become a part of a regional internet registry community. And lastly, our region is comprised of Canada, the United States, and many islands here in the Caribbean. All right, next slide. All right, I'm going to start first by providing some organizational updates. I'll talk about the election results from 2022. I'll also go through ARIN's Premier Support Plan. I'll cover the routing security and two-factor authentication updates we've provided, and talk about IPv6 growth in the Caribbean, the wait list, looking ahead at ARIN 51, and then the ARIN fee cap, which is for legacy resource holders, and talk a little bit about the ARIN Community Grant Program, and also how you reach ARIN if you want to engage with our organization. So, next slide. So starting first with the organization updates. The election, we had an election that took place in October of 2022, and some of the changes that took place is one of our board members, an incumbent, Bill Sanford, was reelected and serves as board chair. Oh, perfect. All right. Rob Seastrom and Hank Kilmer were also elected as new board members. From the Advisory Council, Allison Wood and Brian Jones were re-elected. They were incumbents. Jerry George, where's Jerry? I saw him, there he is, sir. Jerry George from St. Lucia was actually elected to the ARIN's Advisory Council. Congratulations, Jerry. Yes. And, all right. And in addition to Kendrick Knowles and Gus Reeve are also newly elected members. Douglas Kamen, he's actually was appointed for a one-year term to fill Rob Seastrom's election to the ARIN board. Rob Seastrom served for many years as an ARIN advisory member and is now a member of the ARIN board, and we congratulate Rob. He's been a great provider and service to ARIN, both on the advisory board and now the, on the advisory council and now the board. And then lastly, the Number Resource Organization has a number council which provides guidance on global resource policy to ICANN. And that seat has now been filled by Nick Nugent on behalf of the ARIN region. Very good, thank you. All right, I have power with this. This is wonderful. All right, ARIN's comprised of service members and general members. Really, the main difference is that service members are anybody who has a contractual relationship with ARIN and therefore holds resources. So if they have an autonomous system number, a block of IPv4 address, or a block of IPv6 address, they are a service member. Service members can become general members by committing to participate in ARIN's general elections. So if you make a commitment, you can become a general member. ARIN now offers a premier support plan. It's a program that allows a dedicated account manager, what we call our white glove services, in addition to prioritized ticketing. So if ARIN manages a number of tickets, help requests, if you will, to the organization. And for those premier members, those are pushed up to the top of the stack. We do turn around most tickets within a day anyway, so it's just a matter of hours or so that those are getting advanced. We also offer to those premier service plan holders a direct technical service liaison. Brad Gorman, a gentleman who works at ARIN, actually will oversee some of that. He and his team take care of those tickets. We also offer 24/7 support for any issues that the organization may encounter. On a monthly basis, I believe it is, there's a customer focus group. You actually get to sit down and talk with ARIN's CEO and President John Curran. Those folks, as premier service holders, get to dialogue with John and talk about issues and perhaps services we may provide in the future. And then lastly, some of the transfer fees. As you know, there's a IPv4 is no longer available from any of the RIRs, but it is available through the transfer market. ARIN and the other RIRs facilitate those transfers, and ARIN will waive those fees, some of those fees on advance of the Premier Support Plan holders. Looking at routing security, let me step back and talk about the services that ARIN offers. The services ARIN offers are just strictly related to those things that we provide, internet numbering resources. We don't offer applications outside of ARIN's mandate. So some of the services that we provide are routing security, and specifically we offer resource public key infrastructure, RPKI as we call it. And that's the secure routing. It's in addition to other tools that are available out there. One of the many things that we're doing going forward is to automatically re-roll RPKI objects. These objects, these are certifications on resources and what are called a resource object or authentication validation package, if you will. And so what we do is we certify those, and they expire after a certain amount of time. Well, we're re-rolling those automatically for folks, so to reduce some of the confusion that there was in the community. Also, we're also offering a new RPKI user interface. That'll provide more control and enhancements for those folks that use ARIN's RPKI service through ARIN Online to control their RPKI covered resources. Some of the other things is automated ticketing. The process, what we're doing there is reducing the load on RSD services and actually providing more control again to those that have RPKI to allow them control over their RPKI certified resources. Such things as, when you go to create a ROA, which is being able to certify your addresses, we're actually allowing you, after you create those, to go back to the last creation screen, because some people have many ROAs that they want to actually create. All right, with regards to two-factor authentication. So, securing services online is a big topic of today, whether it's spam, phishing, and so forth. It's important that any services that ARIN provides, that we also provide the ability to secure those. So we've implemented through our ARIN Online, which is our public portal for you to manage your internet number resources, V4, V6, and autonomous system numbers, the ability to further secure those through two-factor authentication. And that's what 2FA stands for, two-factor authentication. For a while, we had what was one of the three that ARIN employs is TOTP, and that was used for a while, and we've since added in August SMS authentication and also now FIDO2. So when we look generally at the distribution of how some of our customers are using those authentication methods, we're seeing about 50% TOTP, we're seeing the other 50% about SMS, and a small portion are using the FIDO2 passkey methodology for securing their ARIN Online accounts. IPv6. So IPv4 is no longer available. And so the protocol, we need to continue advancing on the internet, and to continue with digital transformation is going to be IPv6. ARIN has relaunched its initiative to promote IPv6, and in doing so, we're saying our new sort of slogan is "Let's grow IPv6." It'll help you to grow your business. It'll help you to grow your customer base. It's the only way you're going to grow in the future, because IPv4 is no longer available. So, that being said, IPv4 fees are minimal, and in some cases, if you're currently a customer of ARIN, it's not going to cost you any more to get IPv6, as long as you're in the same category of fees, and I can speak to that a little later. But in most cases, if you have IPv4, you can get IPv6 for the same, an issue of IPv6 addresses for no cost at all. All right. That's the slide I just went over. Okay, IPv4 waitlist. So ARIN operates an IPv4 waitlist. There are a few available resources that are available, but they're slim to none. And if you're advancing the internet and working through this digital transformation, don't rely on IPv4. Really need to focus on IPv6. But we do have some resources available from time to time. Typically on a quarterly basis, we're issuing anywhere from 20 to 40 organizations, a /22, a /23, or a /24. amount of address space. It's not very much address space, but it is available if you want to wait on the wait list. Wait list time, you're looking at least a year in order to secure any IPv4 resources through ARIN's wait list. Now, I'm going to talk a little later today about policies that are available, how you can get available IPv4 address space here in the Caribbean, because we have a couple of policies where we set aside address space that may be really beneficial to the Caribbean here, specifically for critical infrastructure such as internet exchange points and similar. Transfer markets, as I mentioned earlier, most IPv4 address space acquisition is occurring through transfers. And what we've seen in 2019 through 2021 is an increasing number of transfers while the actual address space was fluctuating. What's interesting is in 2022, we didn't see as many transfers, but the amount of address space went up that we transferred due to two very, very large transfers that were occurring. And the amount of address that's being transferred, we denote in /16's equivalents. A /16 is about 65,536 addresses. And so that indicates the number of addresses that have been transferred during those years. Okay, looking ahead. So we have an upcoming meeting in ARIN 51 that's going to be in Tampa, Florida, and we welcome all of you to attend. We love engagement from Caribbean members, and we hope to see many of you there. You know, yesterday Bevel mentioned to many of you it's important to be engaged and provide input, and whether it's any level of the government, participants, nonprofit, public safety, and so forth, we need that input from all members of the ARIN community to help our policies and how ARIN operates be the best that we can be to the community. Next, I want to talk about the ARIN fee cap. Back in 2007, ARIN started a legacy resource service agreement for those organizations that had received IPv4 and autonomous system numbers prior to ARIN's inception in 1997. And so that program has been going on for a while. I wanted to mention that since that inception, there's been a cap on legacy fees. They only would go up $25 a year. That cap is going to end in January 2024. And thereafter, the legacy fees will be those as the same as an end user, if you will. And so I mentioned that because if there's by chance any legacy holders in the room and they're considering signing up for the Legacy Registration Services Agreement, it's an incentive to do that now before that fee waiver ends in January of 2024. So ARIN offers a grant program. And basically, it is available to anybody, any organization that meets the criteria here, that improves the internet, that it improves the registry processes and informational outreach and advances the internet in that capacity, or it's research related and it's consistent with ARIN's missions and operations. And we've issued a number of grants over the years, and we encourage anybody to take a look at those grants. Let me give you an example that one's applicable here to the Caribbean. There was a grant some time ago to assist with internet exchange point deployment here a few years ago. And so that was a grant that was issued and is actually used here in the Caribbean to help fund efforts to create internet exchange points. I just want to point out that ARIN's available. You can check us out at www.arin.net for what our service hours are and also how to reach us. We stay involved with and are available through a number of social media. Social at Team ARIN is a way to reach us through social media. We also have an ARIN blog where we post updates on our activities. We have an ARIN mailing list where you can subscribe to what our policies are and policy discussion. And then we have an ARIN calendar where we capture what the ARIN events are that are forthcoming. And again, we welcome all of you to join those events, whether that be in person or virtual. And I'll take any questions. All right. Thank you.
And now we have, who needs no introduction, our very own Albert Daniels, St. Lucian, or Senior Manager of Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean for ICANN.
Thank you very much, Claire. Good morning, everybody. Now, usually when you give an update, it's to people who are familiar with a particular area, just telling them what are the most recent things that are going on. And while I see a few familiar faces in the audience, I also thankfully see many new faces. So I just need to understand who I'm talking to. So by a show of hands, can everyone who has been to an ICANN meeting please put up your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. So these two in the front here are ICANN staff, so they cheated. And anyone who feels that they're comfortable and familiar with the knowledge of what ICANN is doing and the topics that are being discussed, please put up your hand. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay, good. So this is exactly where I would have liked to be, where most of the people in the room don't have a really good idea of what I'm about to say next, because it gives me somebody to talk to. And there's also something for those who actually have a fair idea of what's been happening at ICANN. What I'm going to try to do is, start from the ground for a minute or two and talk a little bit about what ICANN is. But then I've selected 4 topics which are current in the ICANN community, which are sort of hot topics which are being discussed and debated right now. And then I'll give you an idea for those of you who've never really participated in an ICANN meeting of how you can actually participate in ICANN. So just quickly, the acronym ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And what you hear a lot when staff from ICANN speak is the term DNS. And that is short for the Domain Name System. And the Domain Name System essentially converts names, domain names, like many of those that you see back here, below .gd, into IP addresses. And just to talk for a couple seconds about IP addresses, every device, every one of those mobile phones that you're walking around with, every one of those laptops that I see open on your tables, each device connected to the internet has a unique number. And the thing about those numbers is that they allow us to directly communicate with your smartphones, your smart TVs, your security cameras, with email servers, with servers hosting websites and so on. And this number that you are seeing here on the screen at the bottom in the little blue highlight, that is also an example of an IP address, but it's one of the newer IP addresses. It's in hexadecimal, and that's why you see letters, FD and so on. And if you look at that number, you will immediately realize, and you would know from some of the older version of IP addresses, that they are not that easy to remember. And if you wanted to go to Google, I wouldn't be able to tell you, go to 256.128.1.72. And if you had to tell somebody else how to get to the Google website, you may not remember that IP address. And similarly, the more complicated ones, the newer ones, are even more difficult to remember. And that is exactly why we have the system called the DNS, the Domain Name System, which we as human beings can use and just type in google.com and get it translated into the IP addresses that are actually used by each of the devices connected. So ICANN works with many partners to ensure that the internet is stable and it works, it operates in an open way. We focus on names and also numbers and protocol parameters, but we don't do what we do on our own. We work with other partners to get the internet working. And this slide actually depicts how the numbers are distributed across the globe, and it lists some of the important partners that we deal with as far as numbers are concerned. At the top of the list, you see NATE's organization, ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, and what they do is they distribute numbers to a certain part of the globe, North America, Canada, and parts of the Caribbean. And there are other internet registries like LACNIC, for example, that distributes IP addresses to Latin America and other parts of the Caribbean. The Caribbean is unique in that there are 2 regional internet registries that distribute numbers to us. And then eventually those numbers from ICANN and the IANA get to the internet service providers, and they eventually get onto your IP addresses. Now, when we talk to your the internet devices, now when we talk about the ICANN ecosystem, we are not just talking about the ICANN organization and the ICANN staff. More importantly, we are really talking about you, the members of the ICANN multi-stakeholder community. So the ICANN ecosystem has 3 key parts. The most important part is actually you, representatives of the technical community, representatives of business, representatives of government, end users. I spoke with one university student who's in the audience today, representatives of academia, and so on. You are the ones who identify issues, whether they may be technical issues or governance issues or policy issues that need to be addressed, where changes can be made in terms of the type of internet that we have. You develop that policy. The ICANN organization helps you to sit at meetings and develop policy. Those policies go to the ICANN board, which is a subset of the ICANN community, because members of the ICANN board are actually drawn from the ICANN community. So I'm expecting pretty soon that people like Brent, will put in his bid to become a member of the ICANN board based on his background. And you don't need to have a technical background to operate within ICANN, to participate within ICANN. If you do have a technical background, there are spaces for you, whether it be in security or root services and so on. But there are many lawyers in ICANN, there are many policy developers in ICANN, there are many business people in the ICANN community, because everyone is a stakeholder as far as the internet is concerned. Now, one of these topics that's being discussed right now within the ICANN community is the new generic top-level domain program. And in ICANN, we try to use abbreviations to make things simpler. Some people feel we use abbreviations to make ICANN more complicated, but we actually use abbreviations to make ICANN simpler. And GTLD is one of those abbreviations. When we say GTLD, we're really talking about the new generic top-level domain names. And what you, the community, did was you felt that these original top-level domain names like .com, .org, .edu, .net, and so on, you felt those were boring. There was not enough competition, there was not enough innovation, there was not enough choice. And what ICANN did was we got you together to sit and have a discussion on that topic, and the end result was that policy was developed, which now puts us in a situation where we have over 1,200 new top-level domain names. And this slide tries to depict some of those top-level domain names. How many of you, show of hands, knew that there was .sport or .books or .online? Show of hands. How many people knew? One person. Okay, the technical folk again, those hands are going up. So if you look at this screen, what you are seeing are actually top-level domain names which are available for use right now. If you are in the design business, you can have the name of your company, and it can end in a .design. And these are meant to complement the generic top-level domains, the country code, top-level domains, which represent your countries, like .gd, and you can also have names that are representatives below your country code top-level domain. But the internet is now a more interesting place with all of these top-level domain names. So the whole idea is that these top-level domain names have added innovation. There's been some restructuring to the domain name system, and there has continued to be an emphasis on the security and stability of the internet. Another very hot topic right now in the ICANN community is auction proceeds. And in very simple terms, there is 233 million US dollars that are sitting in a fund right now as a result of the ICANN auctions for top-level domain, where the ICANN community is discussing how these funds are going to be used. Would you like some of those funds to be used in an IT project in the Caribbean, in Grenada, or in our region? If you are interested in that, and if you have some ideas for that, then you should be trying to learn more about the new ICANN grant program, and you should be attending an ICANN meeting to add your voice to the discussion that's taking place on the ICANN grant program, so that you'd be able to better fashion, either as a country or as a region, a project that may be able to take advantage of these funds. Another important topic that's being discussed a lot in ICANN right now is universal acceptance. We know when the internet started, you had just a few generic top-level domain names. Now, after the new generic top-level domain program, you have domain names that are in foreign language characters. You have domain names that are much longer than your 3 characters in .com, .org, .edu. And the whole idea is that all of these top-level domain names, including the internationalized domain names, those that are in special characters, all of those work on the internet right now. But the problem is that some of these new domain names, because they are longer than usual, because they are in foreign language characters, and some of the email addresses actually don't work when you try to use them. Now, they don't work not because they are not configured to work properly. For example, soap.organic, and there's somebody in the back of the room who actually is a manufacturer of soap. She could have a soap.organic website, and that would work fine on the internet, but there are certain systems through which these top-level domain names have to go, which do not accept a lot of these new top-level domain names or top-level or email addresses. So there's some work that has to be done with persons like yourselves, developers and so on, to ensure that we have access to the uses of those top-level domain names and internationalized domain names, so that our business people can get access to some of these markets that are actually available as a result of having these new top-level domain names and the new internationalized domain names. We are also very interested in security, and the ICANN community now has access to something called DNSSEC, which essentially makes transactions more safer on the internet. And we'll be talking a little bit more about that later on. And then finally, Claire has been giving me the evil eye. This is the last slide. You can participate in discussions on these topics. And if you want to go into more detail on some of the topics that I've glossed over, you can see me afterwards. But this slide tells you when the next ICANN meetings are being held. And down at the bottom, it gives the application dates for our fellowship program and our next-gen program for university students. So ICANN actually covers the cost of your airfare and your accommodation to attend meetings, because we want as broad as possible participation. And if you are interested in applying for the fellowship program, you have until the 31st of March to send that application in. I can help you with completing that application. And if there are university students that you are aware of who are interested in applying for the Next Gen program, that was opened since the 6th of February, and it ends on the 31st of March. So these are some of the updates, and before Claire takes me out, I will move away from the podium. I know there may be some questions later on, but I'm available full day today and also tomorrow to go into more detail on some of these topics. Thank you very much.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Albert. And when Albert says he will help you with the applications, he really will. I have been a fellow at ICANN 3 times, as well as a mentor. And I'm actually now currently on the LACNIC leadership team because of my involvement in ICANN. So moving right along, I know we're running a bit late, so let me invite our next 2 presenters will be presenting from online, and the first one is Shernan Osepa from the Internet Society. So can we have Shernan up, please? And then we will have Carlos Martinez from LACNIC.
Yes, hello. Good morning to all. Let me share my screen.
We are hearing you, Shernan. We are not seeing you as yet, so hold on a little bit, please.
Can you see me now?
No, not yet. I don't think it's on your end. It might be here. I'm getting a signal from the technical team, and they're telling me to hold on.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. I also did share a presentation.
We're seeing your PowerPoint sharing, so you could take it from there. It will be good to see your face, but from now, let's just go ahead, Shernan.
Yes, okay, hello, good morning to all. It's a pleasure and honor. Although, I've hoped to be there in person, but it was not possible this time. So, hi to all in Grenada, and especially to my friend, Brent McIntosh. I've hoped to visit your farm, but okay, we will do that next time. Okay, my name is Shernan Osepa. I'm the Director for Caribbean Affairs and Development at Internet Society. And I would like to share with you a bit what we are doing at Internet Society. So what is Internet Society and what is our focus for this year? So Claire, can you see my slide now or still not? Yes?
Yes, Shernan, we're seeing your slide. Yes, continue.
Yes, okay.
Good.
Yes, okay. I think it's very important. First of all, Internet Society is a global not-for-profit organization which was formed in 1992 by key internet pioneers. And we are focusing on 3 areas. We are focusing on standard development, so internet-related standard developments. So all these IPv4, IPv6, autonomous system numbers, all these were developed by what we call the Internet Engineering Task Force, of which our organization, Internet Society, is the organizational home. The second area that we're focusing a lot on is policy development, all kinds of internet-related, let's say, policy. And the third area is capacity building and education. So most of the times we are talking about the internet, but I think it's very important and relevant if we can take a look and focus on how big is the internet. And I have found a picture on the internet, and I think and I would like to share that with you. If we take, for example, one iPad, just a small one with a capacity of 16 gigabytes, and we stack them, let's say 339, yes, I'm trying to get my things, yes, okay, here, yes. If we stack, let's say, 65,000 billion of fully loaded iPads, it will take us all the way to 339 miles. So normally an airplane flies around, let's say 6 miles. That's around, let's say 32 feet. And they can go all the way to 43,000 feet. It depends what kind of airplane. But normally commercial airplanes flies around that altitude. But just imagine 339 miles. Normally an airplane flies around 6 miles. Just imagine 339 miles. So if you have all these iPads stacked, 75,000 billion of fully loaded iPads, it will give you that height. So that is basically the data that is stored or that was stored around 2016 over the internet. So we will talk about 1.1, 1.2 zettabyte of data. 1 zettabyte is 10 to the power of 21, of those of you who like maths. So that's a 1 with 21 zeros. So that's a lot of information. So the internet is very big. A lot of information is over the internet. But there is also a challenge with this. Because not only, let's say, the good guys or good girls are using the internet, but we also have the bad guys, bad girls. They too are using the internet. So this is a big business for them as well. They know there is a lot of information over the internet, so they too would like to get access to that. So that is why what we have been doing at Internet Society is to organize ourselves in such a way that we are not only promoting for more people to get connected to the internet, but also to get connected to the internet in a secure way. In 2016, we had approximately 1.1 zettabytes of data stored over the internet. And it is expected by 2025 that number will increase all the way to 163 zettabytes. So as I did mention, this year and also next year, we are going to focus on a few projects, and that I would like to share with you. So these projects are twofold. The first group is focusing on what we call internet growth projects. So in order to get more people connected to the internet, presently, globally, we have approximately 50% of the globe is connected to the internet, and the other half is not connected to the internet. So we have 4 projects that are focusing on how can we get more people connected to the internet. One of them is what we call connecting the unconnected. Previously, we have been calling this community networks, and we do have a few examples in the Caribbean where we are working with communities, let's say, mostly like underserved and rural areas to get them connected to the internet. We are also focusing on what we call sustainable peering infrastructure. For example, all these IXPs that we are promoting, this is part of this program. We all are also focusing on what we call measuring the internet. And this is very important, especially for policymakers. Most of the times, or a lot of times, they don't have data to support what regarding certain policies that they would like to develop. So that is why we are gathering, measuring the internet in such a way that we get enough data that policymakers and others can take sound decisions regarding the internet. There is also one project that we are focusing on that is enabling sustainable technical communities. And basically, NOGs can be seen as part of this group. Mostly when we're dealing with very specific topics in a given country, NOGs can help us to address those challenges. So that is why we are focusing on NOGs as well. On the other hand, we have so-called stronger internet projects. So these are the ones that should ensure for us to have a much more secure internet, an internet where people are willing to use. Just imagine what would happen if the whole financial businesses decide not to use the internet. Then we have a big problem, because approximately 90% of the global economy is being conducted over the internet. So people should have trust in the internet, and that is why we are focusing on these 4 areas as well. The first one is what we call protecting the internet from fragmentation. The internet is what it is based on the fact that we are working in a multi-stakeholder model whereby government, private sector, academia, all of them are giving their contribution. But we are also seeing some threats from certain, let's say, countries or direction from certain areas where they are more like promoting, they would like to see another internet. And this may have some challenges. So that is why we are focusing on to keep the internet that we're having right now, not just for the sake of keeping the internet, but we have seen how it did contribute to the global economy and social development. The other one is what we call securing global routing. The internet, if you look at it, we have two main components. You have the names that our friends from ICANN did explain, but you also have the routes to go from one network to the other. So we are also focusing on how can we keep all these internet routes secure, and ARIN, LACNIC, and other regional internet registries, they are focusing on this. Encryption is also very important because this is a way how you can keep your data secure while you're using the internet. So that is why we are promoting that as well. And we also will be focusing on what we call sharing cutting edge knowledge at the NDSS symposium. NDSS stands for Network and Distributed System and Security. So this is a group of researchers, policymakers, academia. They come together and to see how they can ensure that the internet continues to be secure. At the Internet Society itself, we also are working with the so-called Internet Society Foundation. And this is mostly to deal with topics or areas that the Internet Society was not really able to deal with them back then. For example, natural disaster mitigation. That's one of those. And we also have chapters and other special interest groups that are giving contribution to the development of the internet. So if you're interested, again, it's a pity I could not be there in person, but you know how to find me. And let's keep in touch. And if there is any question, feel free, just send me an email, and I'll be happy to answer all those. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shernan. And I am not sure if there's an Internet Society in Grenada, so there's an opportunity for an Internet Society. I know I'm seeing your hand up, but we really need to hold the questions because the next presenter has a hard stop, and so we need to bring him on now. Is there a local chapter? Oh, the same question I asked. Do you know if there's no local chapter, so there's an opportunity for Grenada to have a local chapter, right?
Not as yet, but let's have a conversation, and I'll be happy to guide you.
Sorry, we're not hearing you, Shernan.
Not as yet, but I'll be happy to guide the local community in getting a local chapter formed.
Okay, so you folks in the room, CaribNOGers, here is an opportunity for you to get your Internet Society started. Okay, we now move to our next online presenter, and that is the other Internet Registry, a representative from the other Internet Registry, LACNIC, and that is Carlos Martinez. Now, I like to tell people this. The Caribbean, as Bevel and other persons have said, we have two Internet registries in the Caribbean, ARIN and LACNIC. And most of the English-speaking Caribbean islands belong to ARIN, while most of the Spanish countries belong to LACNIC. And I've been told that Trinidad and Tobago is part of LACNIC because our capital is called Port of Spain. So, Carlos, are you up and ready?
Yes, can you hear me, Claire?
I can hear you, so let me see if our technical team is ready for you. You have a slide deck, right?
Yeah, I'm sharing it right now.
Okay, yes, we're seeing it. Okay, go ahead, Carlos. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you, everybody, for having me. And as Shannon mentioned, it's also a pity for us that we could not be there in Grenada with all of you. And as also Shannon mentioned, Brent Yeah, I definitely owe Brent a visit to his farm. We've been partners with Brent in quite a few IPv6 projects over the years, and we sort of miss him in the LACNIC community. So if Brent is there, send my hugs to him. So as has been mentioned, there are 2 internet registries taking care of the Caribbean region. The vision sometimes falls along, I would say, language lines, but it's not perfect. And but the good thing is, I believe we've had with ARIN, with our good friends at ARIN, a long history of collaboration regarding initiatives in the Caribbean. Actually, we've been in person, both of the registries, in quite a few meetings before. So I picked a couple of topics to keep this update short. These are 2 things that I feel strongly about, but also they are goals that LACNIC is promoting strongly. They are part of our strategy for the next few years. And I also want to mention our upcoming meeting, which is coming out really fast. And it's not really in the Caribbean, but sort of. But perhaps some of you can actually take the hop to Mérida in Mexico. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about RPKI, which thanks to Nate has been already introduced in this block. Again, a few comments regarding internet measurements, which have been mentioned by Sherman. And as I mentioned, I will have a few words about the upcoming meeting. So RPKI, we've been talking about RPKI for quite a few years. In fact, I was checking my stash of PowerPoint decks, and I've been presenting RPKI at CaribNOG meetings for a long time. So the good thing is that this RPKI is really happening. In the past, I would say 3-4 years, growth has been really strong. I mean, growth as measured from our perspective at the RIR, as how many of our members show interest and create objects within the CA has been growing like more than 50% per year. We have few things that grow that fast. I wish IPv6 grew that fast. So what is RPKI? Very shortly, RPKI enables routing security. I mean, it's not the only thing. You also need to run origin validation in your routers, and you need to have your tooling in place. But RPKI is sort of the foundation stone for routing security, with a little bit of help from other tools like internet routing registries. But these days, if you're talking about routing security, it's impossible not to talk about RPKI. The basic idea is very simple. You have a detailed diagram there that thanks to our friends from IPNIC, they did this really nice design. But the thing is, you have number prefixes, IPv4 or IPv6, it doesn't matter. And you create something that it's called an authorization or a ROA. And the ROA, the only thing that it says is this prefix can only be announced from this autonomous system, what we call the allowed origin AS. Then once you do that, then this is the operation that you do on with the RIR, creating your authorizations. Then you have to go to your routers and implement filtering using origin validation. I mean, origin validation is something that every operator should do, not only the owners of certain prefixes, but as in many things in the internet, there is this sort of externalities where we sometimes have to do things for the benefit of others, and others have to do things for the benefit of us. That makes actually the internet quite a unique thing in human endeavors. So growth. I mentioned this term VRP. Basically, VRP is a prefix that can be validated within an authorization. That is, grossly speaking about this, the number of prefixes. has been growing really strongly, about 50% per year right now. Coverage in the region is close to 50%. That means that 50% of the prefixes that are being announced by members of the LACNIC region are covered by a raw authorization, which is a really nice thing. And on the other hand, while it's not something that we can monitor, or I mean, we can ask people to implement routing validation in the routers, but we cannot actually, we have no way of actually forcing them, and it would make no sense to do so. There is an increasing number of operators who are running routing validation in the routers. And how we know that? Because when something goes wrong with RPKI, there are some affected operators that actually complain about that, and it's, in a way, it's a good thing. It's good to know that people are using this. So, what is that LACNIC is going to do about this? We have two big projects and one smaller one. The two big ones for this year will be to relaunch what we call the fourth validator. One of the toolings that operators willing to implement routing validations in the routers, they need what is called a relaying party tool or a validator in more informal settings. The validator, what it does is basically fetches, draws from the RIRs and produces a validated list of ERPs that can be used by a router to implement origin validation. So as you can see, this is quite an important piece of the whole solution. And we believe that while there are other solutions in the market, Routinator seems the most famous these days, and there are others, we believe that having diversity in software is a good thing. And we have this project that we created in partnership with NIC Mexico, sort of a piece of technology produced in the region, which also I think is a good thing because it helps create capacity in our engineers. Also brings diversity into the relaying party market. Fort is a bit different from the others. It's implemented in C, plain C, like in the good old days. It's really fast. Memory footprint is really low, but as most things implemented in C, it suffers a bit from, I would say, difficulty in keeping it updated. So we are going to introduce a new version and with this time new features. And we are going to promote the use of the validator much stronger. The other project that we have is I would say, less sexy. It's basically a re-implementation of our core RPKI system in order to allow it to scale for many years in the future. Right now, the code base that we have has been scaling quite reasonably for the use we have now, but we have some concerns about its ability to scale at a 50% per year rate. So we'll keep you updated on that also, although it should be transparent for members. So again, now moving on to internet measurements, I'm really happy that Shannon mentioned them, because we also feel quite strongly that measuring the internet is something that we need to do in order to improve it. It's very hard to improve things that you cannot measure. So LACNIC has been promoting different internet measurements initiatives. We've been partnering mostly and for a long time already with RIPE Atlas, but we also work with MLab, and we've been working also with the Internet Society in the Manners initiatives. So what is RIPE Atlas? RIPE Atlas is a project created by our friends and close partners at the RIPE NCC, the RIR for Europe and the Middle East. And it started as a distributed network of small measurement probes. I mean, really distributed and physical probes. I put a picture of a version 4 probe up there on the right of the image. This is not the latest version. The latest version is version 5, which is slightly different. And the probe actually is able to run a small number of different network operations, mostly pings and trace routes. And when it does that, it uploads the results to a central Atlas server. The probe doesn't capture traffic. It's not the goal, and basically useless. The probe doesn't have any computer power to do something like that. That it would make no sense. What Atlas is trying to measure is to measure paths, delay path, packet loss, try to infer routing characteristics of the network. That is why it's focusing on ping and trace routes. Willing participants install these probes in their networks. The probes upload the results, and then anyone on the internet can see some products of these measurements. Like if you check the website at atlas.ripe.net, you can see quite interesting things like the delays towards the DNS root servers from different regions and from different countries or different autonomous systems. Now, in order for these measurements to be significant, having a good number of probes in a given country or region is really important. And this is where I have my call for action. There is some Atlas coverage in the Caribbean, but most of the probes are either off or have actually never connected. And in many countries, there are only 1 or 2. This map is public. You can check it out on the Atlas website. And I cannot stress enough how important having good measurements is. So I would invite everybody to deploy more Atlas probes. We can help you with that. The newer versions of the Atlas probes can also be like a virtual machine or can run on a Raspberry Pi. Or if you're willing to install actual hardware, you can order probes for free from RIPE itself. The only thing we have seen when ordering probes is that the customs office in some countries are not very fond of the probes for some reason. I know that they're afraid of them or something. But we have seen in some cases probes getting stuck in customs for months. But now the virtual, the possibility of running a virtual probe and also getting a Raspberry Pi once the whole Raspberry Pi stock is back online. Usually getting Raspberry Pis is much easier than custom hardware. And once you get your probes or your virtual machines, we can help you installing them. We've been running these meetings called deployathons. We run these meetings with staff from LACNIC and in some cases with people from RIPE as well. And they've been quite successful. There are some recordings on YouTube. If you look for Atlas LAC deployathons, you can actually, they are like 3 hours long, the video. It's not very entertaining, but you can get the idea of what is done in those activities. Basically, people connect to a Zoom room and we go helping them individually getting the probes running. There's an email address. If you're interested in hosting like a deployathon or promoting one, please email us. And I prepared a list of some autonomous systems for which there is no actual measurement coverage at all. So if you see a familiar AS number here and you know someone there, please ask them to get in touch with us. And finally, upcoming meeting, LACNIC 39 will run from May the 8th to May 12th. It will be in person and hybrid, and there will be full remote participation if you cannot be there. Merida, they say it's quite hot, but very, very nice, but a very, very nice city. Registration is open. I'm not familiar. I think you can get there in 2 hops from most of the islands in the Caribbean if you can go through Miami. It would be really great to have some of you there. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you may have. And again, I'd love to be there in Grenada, which is one of the islands that I'm yet still to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. I know you all have burning questions, but we really need to press forward with the meeting at this time. You see how rich the CaribNOG meetings can be. So Carlos, thanks again. Thanks to all the IOGs, all the representatives from the IOGs for being either here in person or hybrid and sharing so much information with us.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
No, Bevel says not to leave.
Oh, okay. I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we should just get a few questions in, get the
Okay,
panelists
sure.
on screen and the others who would have presented to come up to the front. I know. Yeah. Just in case there are any questions. We'll make it quick. We'll give it 5-10 minutes max. If I can invite Nate and Albert up on screen, and if we can get the 2 virtual presenters on screen, you can just get some quick questions in. You can moderate, that's fine. All right, questions? Who's going to go first? Yes. And the microphones on the left and right. You can just head to the aisles. One simple request, give your name and your organization, if any, and then you can ask away.
All right, good morning. Thank you to all of our presenters. My name is Nathan Maturin. I'm with the Antillian Group, possibly one of the best insurance companies in the island. Please keep that in mind. Anyway, my question is for Mr. Daniels concerning the auctions of internet addresses. Is there anything that can be done to normalize or standardize those rates? So for example, if I want to get a particular address, that I don't have to bid $10,000 for it?
Well, my colleagues from ICANN will tell you, you stepped right into it, okay? Attend the ICANN meeting, either in person or remotely, and let your concern and your voice be heard. One of the reasons why there was a very low level of Caribbean participation in the last round of the generic top-level domain names is that we were not at the meetings when decisions were being taken on the pricing of the program and how you can participate in the program. And as a result of other participants saying what they felt, it was priced too high for most of our businesses in the Caribbean. Even your very good insurance company, but I'm using your words. So the whole idea is that this is an example of why you need to be participating, not only in ICANN, we need to be participating at ARIN meetings, if what is being discussed there applies to us. We need to be participating in LACNIC meetings, if what is being discussed there, relates to us, and similarly, of course, ICANN meetings as well. So you are the ones who decided that you wanted this thing to be priced so high that you couldn't participate. It's not my fault. I was just staff. I was there organizing the meeting, making sure the air conditioning was working, making sure there was food, making sure there was good notes and so on. But you, who are the member of the multi-stakeholder community, are the ones who decide what happens. And if we don't participate, then you'll get an internet that is not to your liking.
I'll go ahead. Yes, Steve Spence, CaribNOG. I have 2 questions actually. One to Nate. about IPv6 adoption in the Caribbean. I'm residing in Trinidad, and I don't see much action happening inside there in terms of IPv6 promotion and adoption, and how can residential and commercial users adopt and start using IPv6 addresses.
Well, thank you for the question. So actually, I have another presentation that's going to cover some of that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to provide some IPv6 statistics, and I'm also going to share with the audience here how and what they need to do to acquire IPv6 for this region. So I hope that answers some of your questions.
Let's do it. I have a second question, actually. Carlos, I've been trying to get my Atlas probe replaced. Support hasn't really responded to me very well. So, send me a probe or, we can talk.
Yeah, I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, my probe died in Trinidad. I reside in Trinidad. And I've been trying to get a probe, but it seems to be quite complicated to get a probe to, stick into my network.
If you can hear me, Steven, I would recommend you go through the virtual route. Install a virtual probe. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I did. I wanted to put a Raspberry Pi one, and I think the conversation got complicated after a while, and I didn't continue it any further.
The Raspberry Pi is actually, in my opinion, the best solution. If you get in touch with us, I think there is also a way of running both the Atlas and the MLab Pros on the same Raspberry, which is nice because you get to contribute to two projects using the same box.
Yes, but I can do that one.
If you allow me, I would like to comment on your first question regarding IPv6 adoption. Also this afternoon, sadly, I won't be there, but my colleague Kevin Swift will be presenting some numbers from the LACNIC countries in the Caribbean. Actually, the situation in Trinidad is not that bad. It's around 25% adoption, which is really, it's actually higher than the average in the Caribbean. And the good thing also, it's that while it still lags, the Caribbean still lags below the world average. It's been growing a lot. I was checking my numbers, and it's like actually doubled in a year, something like that, which is really good.
Because I request IPv6 addresses for my home, and I usually get blank stares coming back from the provider.
The problem, there is an issue that is not particular to the Caribbean, but it also happens in other countries, is that while IPv6 numbers are going up in every country in the region, those efforts are usually mostly concentrated in one or two operators, and the rest are doing little. With the exception of Brazil, which has, like, every operator is doing IPv6 in volume. In most other countries, IPv6 is like a one or two operator effort. And it has to do because with, I think, other operators not feeling the pressure of running out of IPv4.
Yeah, it's like it's no priority. On the customer side, it's really not done at all. It's pretty, what are you talking about, usually? That's usually the response when I make a request like that.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the presenters this morning, Nate Davis from ARIN, Albert Daniels from ICANN, Carlos Shannon Osepa from ISOC, and Carlos Martinez from LACNIC. I hope you all... It is always a pleasure having these representatives at our CaribNOG meetings, and I hope one of the things that you took away, almost all of them offered us some type of resource and invitations to attend their meetings, and a lot of these meetings are also funded. So please make use of these opportunities. Thank you again, gentlemen. We now have the superstar from Grenada who's going to be speaking to us now. Well, I mean, I have to call him the superstar because everyone has been mentioning Brent. Brent, come on up, please. We've waited quite a while to hear from Brent, and he is going to talk to us about the Grenada IXP story, which is a success story, and the best kept secret, and growing beyond the pandemic. Let's welcome Brent as we would any superstar. And his wife is in the audience with him today, and I hope she recognizes how much, you know, sometimes we don't know these things at home, and when you come out, you hear all the good things that your spouse has been doing.
Thank you very much, Claire. Good morning again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to speak to you about the Grenada Internet Exchange from a practical perspective. And also, hello to our online viewers. Earlier on this week, Bevel did mention something about it's not all talk, and it can't be all talk. We actually have to do practical things, and we actually do practical things. So let me just get a few slides set up here, and then we're just going to run through exactly what we do at the Grenada Internet Exchange. Perfect, thanks. Let's get that slideshow running. You just want to put it in presentation mode? A few slideshow. I guess my glasses are the table. Not a good thing, you know, from beginning. Okay, great. So Stephen had showed some pictures of what the Internet Exchange looked like in 2019. That was like, you know, let's say 3 years ago. At that point, yeah, it was great, but now it has expanded. It's an internet, and we call it an internet infrastructure that supports connectivity. And what kind of connectivity? And I just want to say that if you paid attention to the presenters before, they would have given so many technical insights of things I'm going to speak about that I don't have to explain. Because I love to go on LinkedIn and post about IPv6 and internet exchanges, and I get feedback. Hey, Brent, by the way, that article you wrote, boy, that was super. But what really is an IXP? I don't know. And that information the presenters gave you this morning will sort of lead up to what we're talking about. So the Grenada Internet Exchange is our part, our little portion of the internet. And what it facilitates is connectivity from service providers, enterprises, global CDNs, local CDNs, and whoever wants to connect. But there are some prerequisite rules. This is just to give you an idea on the Grenada Internet Exchange called GREX, currently located at the NTRC specific building for this. And they also did a specific micro data center to support local hosting. And we have 15 pairs. 15 pairs. And that's a lot of people connecting at the Grenada Exchange. Who are those pairs? Well, I can tell you some. I can't tell you all. I got permission to say some. But this is public knowledge, and I'm happy to share with you the link that will show you who's connected. Obviously, we have the internet service providers. We have global CDNs. We have local CDNs. And we also have what we call critical infrastructure. And I'm going to explain a little bit about that today. What happens if our service providers actually, their connections to the internet, their transit connection fails. Okay? So this is sort of a quick glimpse in a generic format of what an internet exchange looks like. We have what we call a switch fabric, and on this switch fabric, providers can connect physically. So let's say provider A, well, of course, Flow is a sponsor, so yeah, Flow would connect here. Another ISP would connect, you know, on this fabric. And what they do, once they form that physical connection, then they can form a logical pairing session between themselves. In other words, hey, I now have a local path where I can send my traffic to you. So I will exchange all my routes to you locally using a wonderful protocol called BGP. Now, what is the benefit of that? Stephen would have spoken about all those benefits. So quickly, how has this been used locally? Well, Grex became popular, and because of the relationships we had with many organizations, we decided that, hey, maybe we can host DNS root servers. And we did. We have eRoot and dRoot DNS servers in Grenada. We also have some of the best DNS resolvers in the world. Cloudflare's 1.1.1 and Quad 9 9.9.9. So for example, if your wife says to you, hey, I had a wonderful experience on www.getnewshoes.shoes. And that's because that resolution is being done locally, all right? So now you have improved performance, as Steve mentioned. What did that translate to for our business community in Grenada? I'm not sure I'm seeing any representatives here, but one of the local banks decided that they are going to connect to this internet exchange. And they now have the benefit of using all the critical services that exist on this exchange. But it also gave them the opportunity for resilience. 2 weeks ago, they had a DNS resolution issue on one of their transit providers. They were able to switch to a secondary link and to use another provider, but they were also able to use services straight off the internet exchange. What that meant for them is that their services were up and running without any major hiccup. And that entity is a bank, because money is what they do. That would have been a major problem for them. So I'm just going to run around quickly. This is all the technical details that I'm not going to go through really, but keep in mind, this is a standardized look of what an internet exchange looks like. Claire would speak about how we translated this into other Caribbean islands with this particular standard that we have in Grenada. And as Steve said, in 2019, he showed you a picture. Well, that picture has changed a lot today. Today, the Grenada Internet Exchange can facilitate connectivity with the magnitude of other major internet exchanges around the Caribbean and in the world, I would say. Here's a quick look of using a simple tool on your Windows, Linux machines called Ping. Everybody is familiar with Ping. Where we send some simple requests to check how quick would I get to maybe a local bank, somebody's on the exchange. And we did a ping to grenadacorebank.com, right? And look at the response time, 2 milliseconds. In the past, that traffic would have gone to the US and come back in, right? 265 milliseconds. Now, what does that mean for performance? This now means that all their locally hosted services can be reached directly. What is the competitive advantage? Should we have a major internet outage, then I can tell you, one of the banks that will be operating is Grenada Core Bank. And they didn't pay me to see this. I'm just saying that because they took the initiative to ensure that they connected to an exchange that has critical infrastructure. This year we're going to pilot a new website for Intercall, because everybody knows it's sports season, and our Intercall website is going to be locally hosted right here at the Grenada Internet Exchange, giving you a response time of 2 milliseconds. Okay? Right, and again, understanding why IXPs are important is also important, right? We have two of the world's most important CDNs to us, which is Akamai and Cloudflare. And it so happened that services of a particular bank is hosted by Cloudflare. Cloudflare sits on our internet exchange. So that means the services of that particular company would actually be sitting right here on the servers. Again, looking at a web interface for a particular client, you can see that little C where I have my arrow is saying that www.grenadacorebank.com is actually cached locally. So in other words, every time I try to hit Core Bank's website, I hit it locally. I don't have to go to the US. And what happened? Questions I get asked, well, Brent, what do we have to do to get on an internet exchange? And Bevel would have mentioned that day one in ICT week. You need a few things. Of course, you need to set up a discussion with the GREX team, get your MOU signed, but you need resources. You need two critical internet resources. An autonomous system number, normally called an ASN, and of course your IP resources. These give you what you call provider independence. Provider independence. Should one of your ISPs today decide to pack up shop, I'm in debt up to my teeth and I can no longer survive, I have to close my business. Oops, all your services hosted with that ISP would render your business useless. Having those resources gives you the ability to connect on any exchange and also connect to whoever you want to. So your services will always remain up and running. And I know Nate likes to hear that, right? Apply for your IP resources. So you need these to actually connect and pair over an internet exchange. All right, so I'm just going to give you a little highlight of, pre-COVID. Before COVID, the exchange was exchanging about maybe in total 1.3 gigs at peak of traffic. So we had 1.3 gigs of traffic flowing locally between providers and other connected parties. That was post-COVID. What happened after COVID? After COVID, that traffic literally tripled because businesses realized that, hey, I need to be able to facilitate my, workers working remotely. So they got into, using different SaaS services on the internet. And locally, cache traffic increased. And that was key. That was very, very important. So pre-COVID, where we decided, well, more traffic is going to be served from our global content servers that is hosted locally, we saw that increase. And then after, we kept looking at how are IXPs benefiting Grenada? How is GREX benefiting Grenada? I think I shared some data at one time, and I always share those data for Claire because Claire is a major researcher on internet exchange points. And this is one of the things we noticed. And this is the last one I think I looked at. And this was the night of the results of the Grenada elections. This is the most traffic we have ever seen since we had the IXP in place, right? And that traffic went up to 6.7 gigs. Today, we believe our peak traffic is way more than this. The reason it's not much higher at this point is because we are waiting a server refresh from Akamai. And once we get that, we're expecting to see just around 10 gigs of peak traffic. Now, that is huge. If I give you the quantitative value of what that means to Grenada, this is almost going to be close to 10% of internet content being served locally. All right? Government of Grenada. And this is special for us. The government of Grenada has their own IP resources, and they decided, after we had a very good technical discussion with them, that they're going to pay on the internet exchange. I hope I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm sure someone will correct me. But I think the government of Grenada is the first government in the Caribbean to connect on an internet exchange point. Now, as you can see, their model, it's pretty much, while it may seem low, they use at peak maybe 300 megabits a second of data. They are the third largest consumer of local internet content on the internet exchange in Grenada. The third, and we have 15 members. All right? And are they going to grow? Absolutely. We're suspecting that the government is probably going to be the second largest user of data on the internet exchange within the next 2 to 3 years. Why? Because they're going to invest more in, of course, our digital economy. And we have another well-kept secret. We have a national data center. Who knew that? Good stuff. So we are going to extend our internet exchange fabric to the national data center, meaning we can have more servers for people who are doing lots of special projects like Coding Academy. We're going to have, and NTRC does a really great job of facilitating, people who want to produce local content. So we're going to have more services being offered locally, which will be served through the local internet exchange in Grenada called GREX. As I mentioned before, this model of what we use in Grenada is now being extended to the rest of the Caribbean. Claire's going to speak a little bit about that. I'm just going to show you here that last match in Suriname, and this is a case in Suriname, and thanks to the Internet Society as well, CaribNOG, we teamed up to work with Suriname on their exchange, and this is what's happening for them as well, right? Whenever there is things of local interest, you see major traffic spikes. And that means that traffic is being served locally. And that's good. Steve gave you all the reasons why that's important. Right, again, this is just technical stuff. This is the model we use for connectivity. And these, again, it's other technical things just to ensure that your IXP is running the way it should. We follow a lot of the global standards, but we break a lot of the global rules. And one of them, I would tell you, when we just started, yeah, we wouldn't have much local traffic exchange. Why do you need an IXP? Don't get regulators involved in your IXP. It's always a failure. You know what? We broke that rule. The regulator was one of the biggest facilitators of ensuring that GREX became what it is. We had companies flying in experts to tell us why an IXP won't work. CaribNOG took a step in. We broke those rules again. We told them the one good reason why it would work. And we told them that Grenada will have an excellent IXP, and we did. So I'm going to cut it here a little bit, and hopefully you have a few questions after. But I just want to share something with you, and then Claire is going to talk a little bit about what we're doing regionally. But on day one, I spoke about something called your internet reputation, right? And Mr. Kenny John, and Mr. Kenny John spoke about converting our end users in Grenada to producers and developers. So we want to move people in our digital economy from just being end users. We want to ensure people are, producers and innovators. Now, this screen here is analytics pulled from Cloudflare. Cloudflare hosts over 12 million websites and lots of other great stuff, right? Especially with a DNS service. They pull a lot of data. And this data is for Grenada. And I just want to show you something quickly. If you look here, of course, you see for Grenada, and this is for all our different service providers, right? 49.3% of our traffic, internet traffic, is coming from mobile devices. I'm sure that's going to change in the next few years. But what I really want to highlight is where we're at this stage. And this is where we're at, right? We're still end users. Look at our top 10 domains. Well, I kind of crossed my fingers when I actually pulled this up this morning. But look at our top domains. Google, Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp. Yeah, so we're still end users. We're consuming, right? We need to start being innovative. We want to see GoGrenada.com. We want to see more local stuff, and that's where the local hosting comes in place. And that's one of the things we're really driving at. And with our new initiative, partnering with all stakeholders, ISPs, and all the IOGs, all the NICs, the NOGs, to make this happen. We want to generate more local content to be a model for the rest of the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Claire would now come and give a little bit on our IXP directory project.
Thank you, Brent. I know Brent really wants us to talk about this IXP directory project, and it is something that we are really proud of. But we are going to leave that for probably one of our lightning presentations, because we're really running behind time now. This is it, just to say that what this is helping us to do is to gather information and make it publicly available about what we are doing in the Caribbean and promoting a lot of what is happening, which is really a best kept secret. So I will talk about this a little bit, because the lightning presentation is pretty quick. And what I would like to do, though, is open up and ask if you have any questions for Brent, because he has to leave within a very short time. So, questions for Brent? Come, there's a mic, please. This is really for our participants who are streaming. We need to use the mic. Okay. So thank you. And remember, please, as you come to the mic, to state your name and possibly the organization that you belong to for everyone's benefit.
I'm William Stuckey, and I'm a telecom, spectrum, and regulatory consultant. And my question is why... Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is William Stuckey. I'm a telecoms, regulatory, and spectrum consultant, and I've been around the internet for a little while. And my question is, why is ix.gd down?
Very good question. So we're doing a lot of work on a major migration. We're actually changing up of our image. I think there should be another backup website that's probably not even advertised yet, but we're actually working on getting that back up. So, but I'm glad you spot that. Yeah. So going forward, it should be grex.gd.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is, you said earlier, when you started introducing the idea of the IXP, you said that you couldn't reveal all the peers. Why? That's a very strange thing to say.
It's public knowledge. There is a site called pairingdb.com, right? If you go to pairingdb.com and you type in Grex, it's public knowledge. You would see all the members, what they connect at, what their pairing policy is. In other words, do we want to pair with everybody? We only want to pair with certain providers. Sometimes I try to stay away from calling names of providers unless I have permission to do so. So that was just my personal take on it.
Okay, they are listed there. Yeah. Then last question, why does PCH think that Grenada is in Latin America? I guess maybe, as Claire was mentioning, because we always considered Latin American and the Caribbean, but from a perspective of geolocation, I think they should be fully aware that we are on the ARIN. Every single Caribbean island except for Trinidad is in North America. Because they're on the North American continental plate.
So that's a geographical perspective, but from a internet registry perspective, there are quite a few. Maybe Nate can speak to this afternoon. There's a list that ranks places the different Caribbean islands under their specific RIR, or Regional Internet Registry. So maybe Nate can give a little detail on that later on. Thanks for your questions.
All right, question again, Nathan, Antillian Group. You talked about resilience by being on the IPX fabric. My question is, when one of those goes down, does a switchover happen automatically, or do you have to physically make that switchover?
That's the questions I love. So, absolutely. How BGP, the protocol that you use to do your logical pairing or connection to the different IXP members and your ISPs, because remember, if you connect to an IXP, you're also connecting to your ISPs as well. Now, how that routing protocol works, there is failover when the IXP goes down. So when we started in 2011, we said, guys, your traffic will be routed locally if you pair with each other. But if the IXP fails, then it's not a problem. Your traffic still now goes back through your ISP upstream, right? So the failover is actually automatic, yeah. But we don't want IXPs to fail anymore because they're just as important as ISPs these days, or probably even more important.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brent. Really appreciate this presentation and the information. Brent is going to he may not be here this afternoon, but he is going to be here tomorrow. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to Brent. He's very, very open and available to share information on how you can join the Grenada IXP and some of the benefits that are available for small businesses on the Grenada IXP as well. So thanks. Let's give Brent a round of applause. Now we are pretty close to lunch, but we still have 2 presentations that we need to get done. And I now call on Nate Davis again from ARIN, who's going to be sharing this time with Kevin Swift of LACNIC. And they are going to be talking about this IPv6, the state of Caribbean deployments, rankings, and requirements for accelerated adoption. So, Nate?
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'll use the, oh, there it is, okay. All right, thank you. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip a few slides and get to the core content that I think is important to the to all of you here. Assuming I can get to the first slide. Yeah. I don't sing and I don't dance, so don't even ask. Well, I take that back. I do sing, but it's god awful. Terrible, terrible. I usually am kicked out of karaoke parties. All righty, thank you. All right, so what I wanted to jump to is this data. What ARIN did is we've collected data based on the organizations that have relationships with ARIN directly. We call those, they're ARIN customers essentially, okay? And for those customers that are based on each island, we took a look at those that had IPv6 address space, okay? And in addition to that, we took a look at, given the fact that they have IP address space, how much traffic is actually being transited over that IPv6 address space. And there are a few anomalies, if you will, and I'll point those out. But these are the Caribbean islands that are ARIN customers. And so let me step through some of these examples. So we note the organizations within those islands that are ARIN customers. Then we talk about the number of those customers that have IPv6 address space, the percentage of those customers that have the IPv6 address space, and then how much traffic is actually being transited. And then lastly, the number of IXPs that we're seeing on each of the islands, all right? So let me step through a few examples to make sure that's clear. So starting first, why don't we pick Grenada? So Grenada, we have 10 organizations that are actually working directly with ARIN and are our customers. 7 of those have IPv6 address space. So it's 70% of the customers that are here in Grenada that are ARIN customers that actually have the address space, the IPv6 address space. And traffic-wise, we're seeing about 3.64% of traffic being transited across that IPv6 address space. So where do we collect that data? So initially I had provided this information at a CTU roadshow back in the summer, and somebody raised the question about you may want to look a little bit further than Google, which was really great feedback. Initially we were looking at Google, but we've since incorporated Akamai, APNIC, Cloudflare, and Meta or Facebook. So we're looking at all those sources to see where that IPv6 traffic is coming from. So in that sense, IPv6, 3.64% of the traffic, Grenada, is over IPv6. And that's a great start, but it's a start and there's still a lot of ways to go, okay? So That's sort of a composite of some of the islands that ARIN works with directly, and some of the customers on the islands that ARIN works with directly. All right, so going to the next slide, these are the remaining islands in the Caribbean that are part of the ARIN region. And again, you can take a look at these interesting statistics. Montserrat has 2 ISPs that work directly with ARIN. They have no IPv6, and yet they're seeing 43.22% of IPv6 traffic. Now, why is that? That's sort of an anomaly, and that's one that I mentioned I'd point out. Well, it turns out Montserrat is a British overseas territory, and they actually get address space from RIPE, and they are transiting through RIPE their address space over V6, okay? So that's why we look at these statistics globally, but you have to take a deep dive down into understanding the anomalies. Who else do we want to look at? St. Lucia, we have folks from St. Lucia here. There's 6 organizations that are part of the ARIN region. 3 of those have IPv6, so it's 50% of the organizations that have IPv6, and they're seeing a little about 10.63% traffic. And these statistics are current as of February of this year. So we took these statistics recently. So, some of the observations to be made from the data, and these slides will be made publicly available, so you have access to those. Caribbean islands have a good level of IPv6 allocation and assignment penetration. That's really great news. We need to drive up the utilization. It does not necessarily mean, it doesn't have to be 100% of the organizations to actually be considered successful. And what I mean by that is some organizations will initially get an ISP, and for business reasons they may have another business organization within that organization, a business unit that comes back separately to ARIN and gets V6. All right, so in their case it would be 50% of the organizations would have V6, but that doesn't mean it's not a successful saturation there with a V6. So, but each organization, each island, and the organizations within those islands have to take a look at that thoroughly. IXP, IPv6, and IXP deployments, as you've heard from Brent and also heard from Stephen, IXP deployments are very important, and they remain essential for this digital transformation that we need to have take place. And the data that I'm providing can help you evaluate your future ICT needs. So let's take a look at what that is. So for exchange points, as has already been mentioned, exchange points keep local traffic local. It reduces dependency on backhaul all the way back to the US or perhaps even down to South America. Reduces latency and networking costs. It increases resiliency and network efficiency. Brett just went through that, and he speaks to it much better than I can. ARIN actually has a policy where the policy is made within the ARIN community by people like yourselves who participate in the process and formulate that policy. All right, some years ago, policy was established that actually set aside IPv4 address space for the purposes of micro-allocations. Those micro-allocations include putting up IXPs, okay? So the islands, the organizations on those islands are welcome to apply for IPv4 address space in order to set up those IXPs. And of course you can set them up with IPv6 as well, but I did want to point out that IPv4 is available to set up those IXPs. Your deployment resource, ARIN just issues the number of resources. To actually make this happen, to make the digital transformation happen, you got to engage people like Bevel and certainly Brent, who does an amazing job here in the Caribbean with helping with that, okay? With regards to V6, the deployment of V6 has got to continue. Okay, it is the future of the internet. And earlier I spoke, you know, and it may have been confusing, where you need to focus on V6, V4 is out. Well, now you're telling me V4 is around? Well, here's why. So for example, in a similar manner, ARIN has an IPv6, has a policy for transformation to V6, okay? So let me speak a little bit about V6 for a second here, step back. So 40% of the global traffic is over IPv6. 40% of the traffic globally. So what that means is that deployment is already well underway throughout the world. If you want your customers, if you want access to the entire internet, it's got to be right now while transition is underway, both over V4 and V6. IPv6 is no longer an option. The future is in IPv6. Unfortunately, they're not backward compatible. So some of the considerations, and William, or who was it? Jerry might have mentioned the questions earlier. So some of the considerations you need to make to do this transition from V4 to V6 is consider your organization type and the services that you're offering. Evaluate your peer and vendor relationships. Plan on serving content via IPv6 as soon as possible in addition to V4, because again, you want your customers to reach you both over V4 and V6, because both of those protocols are currently available, all right? Determine your timeline and investment levels, and adopt incentives. We have some governments within the ARIN region that have said your procurement practices need to encourage and mandate that any equipment procured from this point forward has to be IPv6 compatible. And there may be things like that that can be done here. Support and promote awareness and education with regards to IPv6. Require IPv6, as I mentioned, compatibility in your procurement procedures, and you have to take a look at everything, a 360-degree view of what is needed to do this IPv6 implementation and deployment. It's your people, it's your equipment, it's your practices, it's your business operations. Everything needs to be looked at when considering this. And lastly, determine your IT staff training and your organization's training as well overall. So in a similar fashion that I mentioned earlier, IPv6 space may be available at no cost to you, provided you're an ARIN customer and your needs for IPv6 don't exceed a similar general category as your IPv4. ARIN also similarly has a policy of policy 4.1. It's dedicated IPv4 block for V6 deployment. And what that means is that V4 address space is available for transitional technology to get you to the implementation of V6 so that you're talking both protocols and you're seeing all customers on the internet. ARIN offers John Worley, who does these presentations at CaribNOG as well. He's actually really good at IPv6 architecture planning. He's available to you guys if you need him. And then similarly, Brett again is doing a tremendous job with V6 deployment here in the Caribbean, and he's our resource. Of course, we don't do that, but we recommend somebody as strong as him to help with that, all right? Staying involved, let's see, it was Albert mentioned earlier that it's important to be involved in the ICANN community, and you should be involved in the LACNIC community if you're in that region. And then, of course, ARIN, we want you to be involved in our community as well, and that's for a number of reasons. We like it best when our policies consider our entire region. Not just the United States, not just Canada, not just a few islands, but the entire region, okay? And we have a public policy mailing list that you can subscribe to. You don't have to have resources, but you can see the discussions that take place with regards to policy. We also have an ARIN announce so that you can keep apprised of the ARIN events and news that's happening. You can attend an ARIN meeting virtually or in person. We welcome you to the meeting that we're having in Tampa in April. That's ARIN 51. We have another fall meeting similar to what Albert mentioned earlier with ICANN. We offer a fellowship. Fellowships right now are closed for the ARIN 51 meeting in April, but they will be open later this year for applying for attendance at the fall meeting. And then we have a number of instructional videos and webinars, and welcome anybody to participate in those. And then lastly, consider a role with the ARIN AC, ARIN board, and be a part of the ARIN community. We've actually had some of the fellows turn out to become advisory board members and also board members. We have board members today who originally had started as fellows, and we welcome all that participation. ARIN is a multi-stakeholder, bottoms-up community. We do what the community tells us to do, and that community is you, including NANOG participants here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. And Nate is sharing a presentation, as I said previously, with Kevin Swift of LACNIC, and Kevon is online at the moment, and he will be joining us to tell us the perspective, LACNIC's perspective on the same IPv6 trends. And
can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We're not seeing you as yet, though. Let me hear from the technical team. And just to remind you that right after this, we still have one more short presentation from Albert Daniels. So here's Kevon without further ado. Go ahead, Kevon. We're seeing you and we're seeing your slides.
Okay, great.
And
Thank
hearing
you. Very much, Claire, and thanks to the whole CaribNOG team. I do regret not being there in Grenada. I think the last time I was there for about 2018. I did have a wonderful time at that CaribNOG meeting. I am going to share, as Claire said, some of the LACNIC observations IPv6 deployment in the Caribbean, and I'm going to also try to answer some of the questions and concerns I've been hearing about earlier. So firstly, my colleague Carlos sends his apologies. He was supposed to have done this, but he had to go off to another engagement. And when we talk about IPv6 deployment, what we really want to look at is the number of internet users that actually have access to IPv6 content. So we talk about IPv6 capability, which would be the sum of the transitional technologies, everything that allows for you to run traffic via IPv6. So a lot of transitional mechanisms are contemplated when we look at the IPv6 capable rate. And Nate had mentioned a couple of the resources that are used in ARIN to measure IPv6 deployment. Similarly, at LACNIC, we have been aggregating tools, including tools available by Google in terms of Google Hits, Akamai, and some others. But one of the most comprehensive tools that we also look at comes from our sister RIR, APNIC, that has one of the widest sets of metrics looking at that IPv6 adoption and looking particularly at what individual ASNs are doing. So there's this link here that I would encourage everyone to look at if you want to get a greater sense of the details with IPv6 deployment. So I know there's a lot of confusion as to which territories are LACNIC, which territories are ARIN. Here you have a perfect visual of the ARIN LACNIC dynamic. The territories here in blue are the ones that LACNIC provides service to. And I took the liberty to add for you here the membership numbers and also the IPv6 deployment that we are seeing across the LACNIC region. And interestingly, we have a couple of top players. It's by pure coincidence, they're all to the right side of this slide. Top players in IPv6 deployment, including St. Martin, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Suriname. And as Carlos had mentioned before, for a long time, we were not seeing the level of IPv6 deployment in the Caribbean. It was much under world average, but the growth in which the deployment is happening has been very dynamic, has been very quick over the last couple of years. One of the interesting facts within the LACNIC region is that since 2011, we have a policy that says that if you are a resource holder for IPv4, you have to, when making requests for more resources, also do an application for IPv6, and it will be given to you at no additional cost, even if you don't have a plan. So all that means is that within the LACNIC territory, within the LACNIC coverage zone and in its entirety, more than 95% of our members have IPv6 available to them. Now, the question of having IPv6 available and actually deploying it, that's where you see some, what you call a disconnect somewhat. But the 95%, and I checked just before, all of our Caribbean members have IPv6 at their fingertips, and it's really just a question of deploying them. And it's really through a lot of interviews and doing a lot of in-country visits, we understood some of the challenges to IPv6 deployment. One of them was that sort of knowledge in terms of being able to do or to roll out, for instance, what you will call dual stack methodologies. There's also somewhat of a perception that I have enough IPv4 for my needs. So one of the things that we do now when engaging with our customers, when engaging with influential stakeholders, we really try not to talk about the IPv6 that much, but we get more into what are your plans for developing your internet economy, your digital economy? Do you have data centers in mind? What are the smart initiatives you're looking at? Have you even considered Internet of Things applications? And there, when you see, especially when we talk to, for instance, governments, a lot of the aspirations that they have to really accelerate digital transformation in their economies, they would really be dependent on IPv6. And then there are a lot of other safeguards, including avoiding the dumping of obsolete technologies. IPv6, if you were to deploy it and you actually to map every device per an IP and not to use CGNAT, it does help in terms of traceability. That helps a lot for the security folks when something goes wrong, etc. So this is a snapshot of the Caribbean, as I said, St. Martin, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Suriname. We had noticed, well, French Guyana isn't here, but at one point, French Guyana was very high up on the list. And similar to what Nate has said with regard to Montserrat, we did notice that there is an interesting dynamic when it comes to the ASNs deploying IPv6 in some of the European territories. As a matter of fact, the ASNs aren't necessarily from the LACNIC region, but they do come from the RIPE region. And that was particularly the case with French Guyana. So although we may have just about 6 LACNIC members, the fact of the matter is that you have a lot of operations from entities that are based in Paris and they're routing their traffic through French Guyana because they're all one political entity. So that also is very much observed in the LACNIC region. Let me go ahead quickly because I know we're tight on time. So I wanted to give that snapshot. And again, now looking at the different regions that we serve in LACNIC within the Caribbean, and this is just a hodgepodge of ARIN LACNIC statistics here. We see the top deployers being, as Nate has said, Montserrat. We also see a lot of activity from Puerto Rico, the French part of St. Martin, as well as the Dutch part, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. And those things are really driven by what is happening on the demand side. It's a shame that Steve Spence had spoken about him as a residential customer wanting to get IPv6 and not being able to. But that is something that definitely needs to occur more. The discussions asking your ISPs to actually get V6 for whatever endeavors that you have in mind. And of course, because we are LACNIC, we like to see what happens in other regions. The Central America and Mexico region shows that Mexico is well in the lead with over 50% of their networks being IPv6 capable. And then that's followed closely by Guatemala. Belize is there as well. And we are quite happy to see Belize on the list. Belize is one of those countries that LACNIC and ARIN have visited quite regularly. I should say LACNIC, ARIN, and CaribNOG, if you remember that Internet Week activity we did since 2015 with ICANN and Internet Society. And it's one of the communities where we try our best to see how we can support the internet development there through providing training, knowledge, and a host of other activities. And within South America, Uruguay is on top with 59% of their networks being IPv6 capable, followed by Brazil, Paraguay, Peru. Suriname, which is Caribbean and physically located in South America, has been deploying IPv6 quite aggressively as well. When you go and you look at the ASN factor, it is really most of the cases, it's just one or two players that you see are deploying it, but there are one or two players with significant market share in the economies, and that accounts for some of the high levels you're seeing at the national level. I will tell you one of the success stories that we recently saw in LACNIC, this was last year, was that of Guyana. Guyana went from being a territory with 0% IPv6 deployed to now over 20-something%. Let me go back and show you Guyana, because we are really, really excited to see the Guyanese example. And then after, right, so 13%, that dropped, that's a snapshot from yesterday, but it was over 20-something% around August last year when they turned it on. And when we interviewed the technicians at GT&T, it really was about reaching connectivity goals and not having any more IPv4 available. So before in LACNIC, we used to talk about IPv4 exhaustion phases, and this is just really umbrella term to talk about the austerity policies that we had for the remaining IPv4 pool. As of August 2020, meaning in the middle of the pandemic, we ran out of IPv4. We have no more IPv4 available. IPv4 is available through returned resources. So when the resources are returned, they have to be quarantined. And that's really a small amount in the LACNIC region because we didn't have a lot of IPv4 to begin with. And you can acquire IPv4, and the recommendation of acquiring this IPv4 would be for critical infrastructure and for the sort of transitional technologies that you want to empower IPv6 access. You can get some of that through the secondary market. And this is a secondary market in which 4 of the 5 RIR regions participate in. That is all of the RIRs except for AFRINIC, meaning that if you contact a seller in the right region, you can acquire those IPs and have it registered in your region for the purposes that you need. So let me wrap up because I know we're tight on time and I'll be happy to answer any questions. So that's basically it in a nutshell. We have no more IPv4 left at LACNIC, none whatsoever, very few, almost a trickle, but as resources in the free pool from the registry, we don't have any more. IPv6 is the future. We have to start making these connections between our socioeconomic development objectives and how we actually intend to underpin those. So I recall one instance of having a long conversation with someone about a smart nation, smart island concept, and it became very apparent that there was no IPv6 consideration in all of those plans. It has to underpin it. It has to underpin it. We still have, as a challenge within Latin America and the Caribbean, the need to connect 3 billion more people. Sorry, 3 million. Sorry, what am I saying? Let's say a quarter more of the population, that's a statistic. And we have no more IPv4s left. So what do we do then? So we're not just talking about a basic internet connection. We're also talking about the fact, as Shannon had mentioned, that every individual has several devices in their disposition. We are seeing more and more the uptake of what you call smart projects and Internet of Things projects. and therefore we need to be able to connect the dots somewhere along the line. So I know that we are right here at the lunchtime. I hope that you did appreciate some of the LACNIC perspectives I've shared for you here. And I'll be happy, I guess, alongside with Nate to answer any questions that you may have. I have put in a chat here, and I'm hoping eventually that possibly Claire or Beverly, you can share some of these tools that I put in the chat. One is the Guyana success story. I've also put what we do very often at LACNIC are these webinars talking about IPv6 from strategic context. So we're not just talking about engineering principles, one of which is IPv6 strategy for the development of the region, and that really speaks about using IPv6 to further your connectivity objectives. We also have the strategic role of IPv6 in digital transformation, as I mentioned, when we talk to decision makers and they want to undertake a lot of things, radical e-government, transformative government, they have to get they eventually get a better grasp that to fuel all of that, they need IPv6. We have a free IPv6 course available on what we call our LACNIC campus, and this is a MOOC, which is a massive open online course. It runs about 2 times a year. It's absolutely free of charge. It doesn't matter where in the world you are. And you can sign up for that to understand the basics of IPv6. And at the upcoming LACNIC meeting that Carlos mentioned, we'll have a lot of workshops, a lot of opportunities to speak with the experts in the field to see how we can overcome some of the common obstacles that we meet when it comes to IPv6 deployment. As I said before, the main challenge that we have noticed is that transition, the issue of transition technologies, because all of the members in the LACNIC region do have IPv6 at their fingertips. So I'll stick up in there and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Again, that's Kevin Swift from LACNIC. We also had Nate Davis from ARIN. Again, because we're running so short on time, I just want to say thanks to both of them for sharing so much information, because as we know, we now have data for decision making. We've been hearing, at least I have been hearing about IPv6 since 2010, when I went to the first CTU roadshow. And we are still, after all of this time, telling people, please deploy IPv6. Please implement IPv6. We no longer have any IPv4 resources available. I know that there is a burning question, but we'll keep our question for the... Albert is willing to give up some of his time for us to get a question from Jerry George. So let's hear. I know people are hungry. Please bear with us.
Okay, referencing the comments that Steve tried to get an IPv6 resource and the providers themselves didn't even know about it. There are 2 ways of getting the IPv6. You can either get it directly from your ISP, or you could apply directly to the relevant agency. If someone applies and gets their own IPv6 assigned to them, is there any requirement for the ISP to accept that, to provide the necessary routing and so on, or can they choose to refuse to do it?
Well, I guess that's a question for Nate or Kevin. Can either of you share that, or is that something that we will have to research and probably post on the CaribNOG website? Okay. Kevin, do you have any feedback on that from where you sit?
I'll have to research it. If an organization gets IPv6.
Not an organization, an independent individual, because we know organizations are getting IPv6. But Steve's question was, as an individual, he tried to apply for IPv6 resources, and it's very difficult.
Right. So in that instance, if it's an individual getting IPv6 and it doesn't come directly from the RIR, yes, you do have to abide somewhat by the ISP's policies.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could come directly to the RIR and get IPv6. and there are some minimum criteria needed, but
Right,
yeah.
but sorry to
But I'll
cut
have to
you. The
research a bit
question,
more and get an answer for you.
yeah, Jerry was asking though, is if you got it directly from the RIR, are the ISPs obligated to allow you access? I think Brent is going to respond. It's on Brent.
Brent McIntosh. So, Jerry, just to answer your question somewhat, there are two types of address spaces. There's PA, provider allocated, and provider independent. Provider allocated space, Steve mentioned, that means you want your ISP to give you IPv6 address space from their allocation. If they're doing that, that means they would be already transiting that IPv6 resource or addresses through the internet for you to get internet content on IPv6. That's like, oh, can I get your broadband connection that supports V6? That's what it is. Or can I get your internet connection that supports V6? They can give you a globally routable provider allocated. Now, if you said, well, I'm going to go to ARIN and I want to get provider independent address space, you have to also apply for an autonomous system number, which now gives you the ability to set up a new contract with that provider to advertise your provider independent address space through that ISP, and you have your own access to your internet content with the IP addresses that you own. So it's two separate things, but they're both feasible solutions that work.
And Brent,
Right.
as you, don't leave, as you always say, it's good for you to apply for your own ASN number for a number of reasons,
Yep.
security being one. You want to just...
Yes, that is absolutely important. And one of the most important reasons is because a provider can get up and leave. And when they get up and leave, everything you have using their IP address space, your DNS entries, your servers, your whole e-commerce system, then that goes down. You lose money, you lose business. But I can always say, okay, well, I have my own independent address space. Let me move to provider number 2. And also to mention, one of the local banks, again, did that for that particular reason, right? Now they have autonomy. And also, they can manage their security much better. But that's another discussion.
Right. Thank you so
Just
much.
one last quick point I wanted to add to that, Claire. And I can't recall if this obtains in the ARIN region, but we have within the LACNIC region since about 2017 something called micro and nano categories. So micro and nano categories, you know, typically in both our contexts, it's either you're an ISP or you're an end user. And end user just simply means any other type of entity that needs IPs. And there's also policies in both ARIN and LACNIC that deal with micro allocations for critical infrastructure. But as micro and nano, it makes it a lot easier to get IPs directly from LACNIC. And similarly, as Brent is saying, you probably then also want to apply for your ASN and have a new way of probably some sort of managed service arrangement with the ISP as to how that relationship will evolve. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that last point about the micro and nano categories.
Thanks for that, Kevin. And I just want to add, and I think I'm correct with this, these resources are not very expensive either, but we'll talk about that at another session. So thanks again to Nate Davis and to Kevin Swift for this information. I'm sure you all have a lot more information now and are ready to go about implementing your IPv6 and getting us going more efficiently. I now ask Albert, who's been standing in the wings for a while, to come and talk to us about something that is also of interest and should be of interest to a lot of us, and that is the universal acceptance, right? So Albert will speak to us. Just give us a quick overview about universal acceptance and how it relates to us here in the Caribbean. Albert?
Thank you very much, Claire. So in the name of the organization that I'm with, ICANN, there are two N's. One is for numbers and one is for names. So far, we've been talking a lot about the numbers part of it. The names part, obviously, is the domain names, which are a key way to express ideas, projects, brands, and everything else on the internet. And as human beings, we tend to actually, work more with domain names on top of the layer of the IP addresses. Now, just again, show of hands. How many of you are familiar with the universal acceptance issue? 1, 2, and this is NANOG and ICANN. Anybody else familiar with what universal acceptance is all about? No. Okay. So during this presentation, quickly, we're going to take a look at the concept of language and domain names on the internet and how universal acceptance ensures that people have freedom and choice to express themselves online. What do you think is the language which is used the most on the internet? I heard English. What else? Chinese, Spanish. Okay, so that's the top 3 right there. Many persons may think that English is the top language in use on the internet, but as you can see from this slide, the top language is actually Mandarin, second language Spanish, and English, brings in, I would say, distant or maybe close third. And you see that there are also other languages there that are very important in terms of usage on the internet. So what this immediately brings to our mind is that it's not only English-speaking people that are going to be our potential markets for the services and products that our businesses are trying to promote over the internet. And the whole idea is that everyone, should be accessible as a market. Now, this slide gives an indication of where things are growing and where the highest density of internet users is, and you see that region, India and so on. And you also see 1 or 2 regions where there are not many users right now. So as we said, domain names are a key way to express our ideas, projects, brands, and everything else on the web. And we do this by using domain names as well as email addresses. And this is the structure of a domain name and also the structure of an email address. You have your protocol, subdomain level label, and your generic and country code top-level domain name. Same thing with email addresses. We have the label and then the generic top-level domain at the end. And you see something interesting in the email address example. Now, traditionally, domain names were ending in 3 characters, the letters A to Z and 0 to 9. And we had certain legacy top-level domain names, in this case maybe .exp as an example. And what has happened with the expansion of top-level domain names is now there's no longer a need to abbreviate with a .exp. We can have the full word, .example. And similarly, with email address, we can also have that expansion with email addresses ending, for example, in .ICANN, and also using what we refer to as internationalized domain names. So internationalized domain names are simply domain names in foreign language characters, in this case, Mandarin. And so there's been this evolution. And when we look across the globe, we see that there's several country code top-level domain names that have actually been internationalized. And this slide shows you many of the examples of those. Now, what is this issue of universal acceptance? The issue is basically that since we have all of these new top-level domain names, longer than just the 3 characters, instead of just .exp, we have .example, and also instead of just having the letters A to Z and the numbers 0 to 9, we also have foreign language characters, Mandarin characters, Russian characters, Chinese characters, and so on. The issue is that all of these should be accepted and they should all work on the internet. And the truth of the matter is that they all work, but the problem is they are not all accepted by the systems that are built by developers across the globe. So the reason why we need universal acceptance is to have that compliance, to have the freedom of choice in digital identity with regard to websites and emails. Everyone should be able to have their goods and services sold in their languages, and persons from non-English languages should be able to use your services. I mean, Chinese, Russians, Indians, Arabs should be able to put in an email address if they want to book a hotel or if they want to buy a product or service from Grenada and from any Caribbean territory for that matter. So it means that we need to look at working groups on technology, working groups on email address internationalization, measurement, as we've heard about before, and there needs to be some local activity to ensure that all domain names are actually accepted. So these are the verbs that come into play when we talk about universal acceptance. All websites, all of the new ones, all email addresses should be accepted. When our code on our websites and our applications is doing validation, they should all be validated. We should be able to store all of them in our systems. We should be able to process them, and we should be able to display them on all of our websites. And the thing about it is, just a breakdown in one of those steps will cause a problem where a website or an email address will not be accepted. So the email address and the website work. ICANN has made sure that it works properly on the internet with things such as Unicode and so on. But if a local developer, a regional developer, has built a system only expecting to see a 3-character top-level domain like .com, .org, .edu, and so on, or an email address that has the Latin script just from A to Z or 0 to 9, and they have not taken into consideration all of these additional email addresses and website domain names that are available, then they will not be able to use your financial services. They will not be able to book in your hotel. They will not be able to buy the products that you are selling. If you have an Airbnb and they want to put in their email address, sometimes you will get an error message. So the idea is basically illustrated in this slide. Someone tries to put in that email address, which is in the Arabian script, so you see something before the @ sign, and you see two characters after the @ sign, which work perfectly on the internet. There is no problem on the internet. This works because it gets converted into something called Unicode, and it gets routed on the internet. But the whole idea is if the system that has been developed locally does not actually work, then you have a breakdown. This person from that part of the world can't actually use your system. So this is an idea of where we are at right now in terms of acceptance. The long new email addresses pretty much work over 90%. The long ASCII email addresses work, but as you go down to the internationalized domain names, you have a problem where the acceptance is much lower than it is than those that we are already familiar with. So there's a lot that can be done by various parts of society, business, NGOs, the tech community, and civil society. We should first of all take a look at evaluating our systems to see whether they are universally acceptance ready. And there are many other things that can actually be done to ensure that we have a wider acceptance of universal acceptance across of domain names and across the board. Now, you can make a note of this particular website, which is the home of all of the resources related to universal acceptance, uasg.tech. Notice the domain name is actually one of the new GTLDs. .tech, it's more than 3 characters. If you try to put this into a browser that is expecting only 3 characters, like a .com or a .edu, you will get an error message, even though the domain itself and the website itself actually works. If somebody had an email address ending in .tech and your system only accepts the older legacy email addresses, when you type in a perfectly working email address, then you would get an error message. So I will end there. Claire, again, is giving me the evil eye, but the website is going to be, the PowerPoint, is going to be available on the CaribNOG website. And of course, I'm going to be available later today and tomorrow to talk about this a little bit more. But basically, It's a situation where we can have access to, you saw that slide in my first presentation, 9.3 billion US dollars worth of market, coming from those people who are using the new top-level domain names and coming from new people who will now be using the internet because they can use it in their own language. So there's lots more that we can talk about in regard to this topic.
Thank you so much, Albert. And I hope, as Albert went through those slides quickly, that you would have been able to see some opportunities and possibilities with understanding universal acceptance, especially for our developers, where now you could stay right here in Grenada and produce solutions for some of these issues. One of the things Albert did not tell you is that March 28th is Universal Acceptance Day. And so we at CaribNOG are very happy to be one of the first events that is promoting Universal Acceptance Day. So you are hearing it for the very first time here at CaribNOG. We don't want to get in the midst of you and your lunch. So it's just a few minutes before lunch, and Caribbean people and their lunch. So let's take a break now, and we return at 2 p.m. for our next session. Thank you very much to all our presenters. Thanks to all of you, and please come back for our next session at 2 p.m. Hello and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to CaribNOG 25, Part 2, the afternoon session. I know in the Caribbean, we all sometimes suffer from itis after lunch, different forms of itis. I hope that will not be the case. If you do feel tired and sleepy, especially after such a heavy, delicious lunch, you would just stand up and, but continue to take in the sessions. Yes? We have some, we continue to have some presentations for you this afternoon, and first up is Dennis Augustine. We in Trinidad say Augustine, but we know in different places that the pronunciation is different. So Dennis is talking from Cannabis, is it Cannabis? He's a partner at Cannabis, and he is giving us insights, local services, global opportunities. So let's welcome Dennis.
Well, if you are suffering from the itis, I hope to do my part to wake you up a little bit with something, as my Monty Python friends will resonate with, something completely different. I want to first start by expressing my gratitude to you for welcoming me as a stranger. You might be wondering, who is this guy? Doesn't sound like us. Sometimes he doesn't dress like us either, but who is this guy? And I want to thank you for, I've been welcomed so warmly by all of you. To all of you in the room, by all of you in absentia. I'm hoping that Minister Andrews and Prime Minister Mitchell and other ministers of government and leaders throughout this region will also see this, and you'll spread it with your networks as well. I'll express my gratitude to my ride or die love, Galina Chernyshova, who's also taught me the meaning of partnership. Sometimes she supports me always in what I do, and sometimes she calls BS when she needs to, and that's what you do with partners. I want to shout out my partners at Conobos, who are probably watching, but also very busy while I'm out here stirring up some opportunities for all of us, I hope. And I want to thank you, because being here just makes me so light. I've spent the last 26 years doing technology in Canada. I am a prodigal son of the Caribbean. I have never been so proud to be a Caribbean man as having returned to this region in July of this year and seeing the sorts of, let me start my timer, and seeing the sorts of talent and possibility and energy that is here for change just makes me so inspired. So I want to thank you for inspiring me. Yes, give yourselves a hand for that. So I am Dennis Augustine. Life is oddly circular in so many ways, isn't it? I am a child of the Caribbean who's come back. My father was a preacher and then a policeman in Dominica and a migrant worker in Canada looking for a better opportunity for us, but he was also a technophile. And I don't think he knew what he was doing when he bought the Radio Shack TSR 80 back in the day and gave that to me. And he lit something in me. And although I followed him into the ministry, as you may be able to tell by my cadence and the way that I speak, when I left the ministry some 26 years ago, the only other thing I knew how to do to support myself was a little bit of desktop publishing. And I kept saying yes to more and more difficult challenges. They said, could you do a little bit of CSS and HTML to go with that thing that you did? And I said, yeah, sure. Could you program that form, Dennis? Yeah. And I figured it out. And fast forward 26 years, and I am now a 3-time software entrepreneur. I have built a wonderful life for myself, and I've learned some lessons that I hope to share with you today. Let me tell you about Conobos a little bit. Conobos, and you can go back one for me. At Conobos, we believe, and this is our mission statement. I am still preaching to Conobos and to everybody else about mission and values and things like that. And we believe in using the power of community to create the world's happiest and most effective digital teams and solutions. That's going to be relevant in the next little while. At Conobos, although we are a team of just 50 people, we built this company fully remotely. This is my 3rd time around. The first 2 times were bricks and mortars, traditional software services businesses. This time has been fully remote, 50 people right now across 6 continents. And although we are only 50 people, 10 of those are what we call Sitecore MVPs. Sitecore is something, it's a digital experience platform package on the enterprise level. And we have an inordinate amount of expertise on our tiny little team. That also will be relevant a little bit later on, and I'll tell you why. Including something I'm very proud of, Mr. John West, the world's only lifetime Sitecore MVP and the former CTO of Sitecore. I say that because we knew we were not going to be big, but we wanted to be excellent. And that is relevant, and you should pay attention and footnote that. I'm currently the only Sitecore MVP in the Caribbean, since I moved to Barbados in July. And if I have my way, I shall not be the last. I came here because I heard there was some stuff going on to the region. Somebody called for me. PM Mitchell called for me. He didn't know he was calling for me. PM Motley called for me because they started talking about something I know Grenadians know a little bit about, and our brother Beville kind of Freudianly slipped up and talked about revolution. They talked about, but this time, and oddly enough, and I say life is circular, isn't it? Because yet another former lawyer is trying to lead a revolution of a different sort in this country, and I hope it spreads throughout the region. This time the revolution will be different because the revolution will be digital. You will be able to stay at home, sister. You will be able to plug in, turn on, and cash out. You will be able to live in paradise. You will be able to skip out and pick up your kids between meetings because the revolution is going to be digital this time. In this revolution, the altitude of your elevation will not be limited by the latitude of your location. You can work from anywhere in this revolution. And it will only be limited by the magnitude of your education and the reliability of your internet connection. Thank you, CaribNOG. This time the revolution will be digital. It will be digital, or so I've heard. So I've heard. In 2018, after Hurricane Maria, after having sold my second business, went back to Dominica to see what I could get done there. And I must say that I was inspired, but I was met with a lot of frustration because so many of the resources were being poured into rebuilding things. And I understand that. That was perhaps not the best time for that. But I also didn't understand a few things that I needed to learn. And I think that having spent the last few years butting my head up against the infrastructures and the bureaucracies and things, I've learned a few things, and I hope to share that with you today. We as technologists often think that if we build it, they will come. Just by the strength of our technology, that will make sense. Everybody will see the wisdom in what we're doing. But we have to be able to connect and build relationships with people and tell folks inspiring stories that will move them, because inertia is a hell of a thing. And we need to be able to get over it. Over the last little while, I have gone from frustration to inspiration. I want to tell you a little bit about the opportunity. Why is it different this time? It's different this time because things like Conobos being built fully remote. And in that sense, the pandemic did us a favor. Yeah, it hurt us when it comes to our hospitality industry. It killed the supply chain. But it also disabused enterprise customers of the notion that they needed people to be on site. I have customers who make billions of dollars. They are large enterprise customers who will now deal with fully remote teams of experts, and this time it's different. It's also different, and dare I say, because we are in a region with peace and stability, while in the East, where so much of that work has been outsourced for years, there is unrest. And it is our time to act now to take advantage of that opportunity. It's different because right now we are understanding that software development outsourcing is a $284 billion a year industry by 2030. That is more than the GDP of this entire region. And although we are small, we are batting way under our weight. It's time that we do better. But of course, there are challenges. We're small. We're forging into uncharted waters. When people talk to me about Dominica, where I was born, they say, what are your major exports? And the first thing I say is Dominicans. That's what we tend to export. The brain drain is a real thing. But there's something else I think that we also have to get over as well, and that's what, the great Bob Marley would have called mental slavery. To think that we're not good enough, and we have to get over that. I happen to have been applying to a certain previously allocated since 2020 project funded by the World Bank. There's money sitting there since 2020, and I have since 2018 and this year for a whole year consistently been knocking on that door trying to get the money for things that check off every box of that transformation project and cannot get it done. And when I check the criteria for that project and say, well, who can I talk to? Who is setting that criteria? Let me put you in touch with the team that's doing that. You know where they are? In Europe. It's outsourced to a gentleman in Europe. And you know who he hires? A guy from Grenada, a guy from Dominica. And you know who makes the money? Him. Who does the work? Us. It's been that way for far too long, and it has to stop. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. There are certain challenges, of course, I will not lie. But we have certain advantages as well. We are small. But Dennis, you just said we are small was a challenge. It's also an advantage. You ever heard of jujitsu? You take your opponent's advantage and you turn it into your advantage. We can pivot much faster than any of those large nations who are currently owning this stuff. We can iterate faster, we can get it done. We have a favorable location. We have peace and stability. Remote work opened up those doors. We understand right now because there's a message out there about overcoming things like climate change and resilience that will resonate with enterprise customers. It's a message that also inspired people like me to leave Toronto and get his butt over here to get things done. So we have an inspiring message. Finally, we have the political will, and I'm so glad to see that in CARICOM and the Eastern Caribbean, we are finally united in purpose to get it done. So we have advantages. Let me try to get a little bit practical about our edge and how we will get it done. So I've come here to promote to you something called the Conobo Software Alliance, and that is a model comprised of 4 key components: community, expertise plus experience, world-class delivery, and marketing and sales. You need all of these things in order to succeed. Community, and I was pleased to hear Stephen Lee of CaribNOG mention community in his presentation. United we stand, divided we fall. That's the thing this region must recognize in order to compete with the Accentures of the world. I compete with our small 50-person team has beat out KPMG and Accenture on contracts. You don't need to be big, but you do have to cooperate with others. You do have to have expertise. Expertise also is something that connects with community in that everybody says they're an expert. But you know how you show that you're an expert? By sharing knowledge with your community. And then your expertise is unassailable. I don't have to prove the expertise of the team at Conobos. When it comes to Sitecore, you go and Google Conobos, and you'll know who we are. That's the kind of attitude we have to have here in the Caribbean as well. Another part of community is one of the components of the alliance is that we're going to be building a database of the skills that we have here. There's no such thing actually currently available. And that is a public good, a public resource. When we have projects that we are currently exporting those projects to India and Eastern Europe, exporting tens of millions of dollars worth of jobs and learning over there. Build up a database. We're going to build a database of people like you, of technologists, of project managers, of strategists, and get that together so that when we get those projects, whether be they private sector or public sector, that we know we can leverage the resources that we already have here to get those things done. Expertise plus what? Experience. One of the things that I really get a lot of pleasure from was seeing some of the young people who came out of school, straight out of college and university into my organization and said, you know, hey, I'm a software developer. I'm like, you know, that's really cute, son. You have a degree, but you're not a software developer quite yet. Because it's experience that makes you somebody who really can get the job done. So one of the core components of our alliance model is also to connect people, not just with the training and certification. And I'm so pleased to see Chad and his team, who's also been doing some work in that area for certifications and building a standard for that in this region, but to take them and put them into working paid internships so that they can truly develop the expertise and knowledge that they have, to mentor them into becoming what they can be. Like I said, I have a team of about 50. I know how to do that. I would love it if there was another 50 people like me around the Caribbean who also had teams of 50. And you can do the math. That's 2,500 people. Now we're talking. Now we can get some things done. World-class delivery. It's all fine that you know how to write code, but unless you can deliver a project on an enterprise level and give enterprise customers the confidence to know that you will get the job done at quality, on time, on budget, consistently, you're not going to succeed. So we're going to focus on those kinds of skills as well. And lastly, marketing and sales, because if you can't sell it, what are you doing? You have to be able to sell it. So I started off as a technologist only doing, I did a lot of code and solution architecture and things. And then I got hooked up with Conobos, and they said, why don't you do business development? And surprise, surprise, I discovered that ex-ministers can sell things. And so we're going to also focus on how do we package up and send the message to North American customers saying, if you want your job done very nice and cheap, go over there. But if you want the best architects and solution developers in the world, come here to the Caribbean. That's the kind of attitude we have to have. But we can't do it alone. We need you. Absolutely need you. There's a few areas that you can help today. As I said, the transformation money has been allocated since 2020. You can do a little bit of work to lobby the folks that are controlling those mechanisms to put it to work. It's your money. All of you developers out there, that's your money. It's meant to create jobs for you. Don't let them sit on it. It's time. There's going to be, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but there'll be another hurricane any minute now. Do you want to be set back another 5 years because we didn't act now? It's time, and we have to get it done. We're also going to be, of course, it takes money to fund these things, and I am bootstrapping this thing come hell or high water with our own money. But we're also going to be putting out a prospectus to prospective investors in probably next month. So those of you in the investment community as well, hit us up for that. We'll put the prospectus out there, and you can become part of that to help fund the transformation of this region. And then lastly, from you, we also want you to use that QR code and go to conobos.com/alliance. And if you are whether you are a developer or a higher ed partner, and by the way, on the higher ed front, I'm so proud to say that we are in the last stages of inking a deal with the University of the West Indies, hopefully this fall, to be able to deliver our training to internship program there at all of their landed campuses, and that is really exciting. I wish my father was alive to see that today. Or finally, reach out to our Director of Public-Private Partnerships. Some of you might recognize Bennett Thomas. One of the things I learned about the machinery of this was not to hate the game, but also understand how it is played. I know a lot of us say, oh, you know, you have to know people, and I really was frustrated by that. So I went and hired a guy who knows everybody. And that was really helpful. So That's another thing we have to do in this alliance. Learn how to build relationships with the people who make those decisions so you can get things done. So if you are a regional public or private sector partner, reach out to Bennett and he will hook you up. In closing, I will say, you know, I've really enjoyed my time here in Grenada. My wife and I, we were sitting watching the sunset at the beach. We're going to do that again almost every night. And as I'm watching the sunset, and I'm 53, going to be 54 in March, and I've been thinking about the next 5 years for my business, and I realize it's the sunset of my career. And there's only so much time to get things done. Like I said, there's going to be another hurricane any minute. We don't have a lot of time left. Now is the time to act. I hope I impress that upon you more than anything else. And in a little bit of a shout out as I close to my past as a minister, there was a wise, very wise man who once said, "Let us work while it is day, because the night cometh when no man can work." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Don't go very far. I want to thank Dennis for such an inspiring presentation, and he's really helping us to kind of bring our time back down, because I know Dennis had to shorten his presentation a bit. But he did not tell us, though, in all the, he told us everything about himself. He's from Canada. He didn't tell us he was a motivational speaker, did he? Since he was one of the ones who was here this morning when we declared that we were CaribNOGers, we hope that this will not be his last CaribNOG session. Right? So, questions for Dennis? Yes, come to the... No, please, come to the mic. We need to, yeah. No, not for broadcasting. Remember, we have folks online as well. We'll take 2 questions, so one here. Please, the other person just line up quickly so that...
Good afternoon. My name is Rolf Hoshtialik. I represent a company called Concepts Communications. Wow. You are an inspiring, obviously, leader, motivational speaker. Every word you said, I mean, humbly, I've been saying this for all my life here in the Caribbean, and I keep wondering why we can't value the power of what we have. I came here with my son, MIT. He's in IT now, and this is the next generation, and I'm pushing him with some verve. But part of it is I'm stepping out there, and the other part is 30 years of pure frustration. I know what we have. I know there are others here that know what we have. Grenada, Trinidad, Dominica, you name it. How can we ride what you are saying here? And it's a big question, and you've probably answered it in your speech, but how can we collectively ride this wave and acknowledge what we already have here? The World Bank, UNDP, all of these places say our migratory rate is 13%. Of that 13%, half of them are the cream of the crop. We ship out the best of the best to North America, to Europe, etc. How can we, first of all, stop that shipment of the best? Secondly, how can we turn it around? And third, how can we then tell the world, guys, this is where the action is for the next 50 years? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the question. Really reversing that script. I mean, I'm evidence that we can totally reverse the brain drain. This is a wonderful place to live. It's a wonderful place to live, and I have been, like I say, especially there are so many. We can start with the diaspora first of all. There's so many of us, and one of the reasons I said I feel light. Over the last 26 years, I've been rising up the corporate ladder in Bay Street, the heart of the evil empire in downtown Toronto. I walk into boardrooms and have to prove I'm competent all over again every time. And here, I've been met with, as a prodigal son, they've slain the fatted calf and welcomed me. You know, I've had an opportunity to speak with PM Mitchell, with Minister Andrews, I've met PM Motley a couple times, and there's open ears. So I feel lighter. I feel so much lighter because of you. So we can start to spread that message to the diaspora. There's opportunity here, and there's also a way that you can contribute here. One of the reasons I put up John West on my slide, former CTO of Sitecore. John exited Sitecore in 2016 when they got a round of funding. He doesn't need the money. John now, after decades in the industry, just wants something that's meaningful to do. And there's a lot of people in the world who want to do something meaningful with their careers and expertise, and so we can send that message to attract them here. I'm thankful that Minister Andrews is both the Minister for Economic Development and also Tourism. Hey, put those two things together. Let's start telling people to come here and work. My brother Chad over here is going to ask a question later. I saw him get up. We were talking at lunch about developing things like compounds for technologists to come and work in paradise. That's a wonderful, and that goes so good with your investment, citizenship by investment programs and so forth. So there's a lot of different things that we can do. But I think for the first part, what is the key? It is community. It is community, community, community. Unity is a hell of an inspiring thing. When people start to see, I believe, and I have been frustrated, but one thing I have to impress on people is to just never give up, because pessimism, first of all, nobody follows a pessimist, and optimism is a lot better of an option. If you have the option between pessimism and optimism, choose optimism every time, find a way. There's a job to be done, yes. Is there a great opportunity? Yes. Can we find a way to do it? Perhaps. If we work together, can we do it? Definitely. So it's all about us collaborating, and it's about community at the end of the day. And that's a key component of this alliance model. It's to bring together all of these software producers from around the region so that we have a voice to lobby. We'll be hard to ignore when there's thousands of us. You gave a minister a mic and no timer, so yes.
All right, let me just close it for now. Thank you so much again, Dennis. I really appreciate it. Let's give Dennis a round of applause. Now we move on. We've met ARIN already for the day, so he's going to come and give an update for NANOG, and he has also agreed to reduce his presentation by a little bit so that we can kind of finish a little bit early this afternoon. So thanks, ARIN.
Sorry, yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for bearing with us there for some quick technical difficulties. But hello again. My name is ARIN. I'm here representing NANOG. I currently serve on the program committee for NANOG, which I'll talk about in a bit here. It's a volunteer position that is elected every February. Additionally, they have subcommittees, or the program committee has subcommittees within it. I am additionally co-chair of the hackathon committee for NANOG, along with serving on the outreach committee for NANOG. So just by a quick show of hands in this room, who knows about NANOG and what NANOG is? Okay, and then who has actually been to a NANOG meeting? Okay, all right, so thanks for that quick poll. So just a quick recap for the people that are not familiar with NANOG. We are a community-driven nonprofit organization. Our roots date back to 1987 when Merit Network was tasked with re-engineering and managing the NSFNet. Our NANOG's original charter was formed in 1994, and in 2011, the NANOG committee voted for independence from Merit Network. NANOG was the first and is still the largest network operators group. So what does NANOG do? Similar to CaribNOG, conferences that showcase innovative educational content that aims to drive new solutions to the networking community's greatest challenges. Mentoring is a big focus of ours. The next generation of networking professionals is definitely on top of mind. Empowering those supporting internet access in underserved communities across North America, and actively encouraging diversity, inclusion, and collaboration within our community. So here are just some quick statistics about our community. We're 13,000 plus industry professionals and students. 1,000 plus attend NANOG conferences. 200 plus are usually first-time attendees, and 20 plus countries around the world represented. Here are some popular resources of ours. The NANOG mailing list goes back probably well before I was actually born, and has been extremely useful still to current day. In the past, it contributed to significant internet standards that eventually became RFCs today, and continuously is used as a forum for discussion and collaboration, troubleshooting, etc. All of our conference presentations and tutorials, I verified this earlier today, going back to NANOG 13, which I believe was in, well, a long time ago. I forget, I apologize. But we just wrapped up NANOG 87. We have 3 conferences a year, so you can do the math. It's a very long time ago. So all of that content, all of that history is on YouTube, available for you to watch and fetch right now, along with the PDF slides. So you can actually see, as technology's evolved over time, discussions and so forth, how they've possibly come to fruition and standardized as well in those talks and questionnaires. The outreach committee, which I'll talk about in a bit here, is mainly focused on expanding NANOG's reach, specifically focusing on underserved communities. We recently had an event in Montgomery, Alabama. It went well. I'll talk about outreach in a little bit more. And then articles. We have a variety of stories that we're building with senior members of the industry, even students that have just recently become professional in the industry, just graduated, and engaging their experiences, their stories, and lessons learned that they can share with the community. So to talk a little bit more about the program committee, we call it the heart of the NANOG experience. It's made up of industry professionals, and the PC is selected by the board. Anybody can nominate whoever they would like for the PC. You can actually nominate yourself as well. And then every February, effectively, the board takes all of those advisements into consideration and then chooses effectively to fill seats in the PC. The PC self-organizes and then selects its own leadership from there. And then the PC reviews and selects talks submitted by NANOG's community to curate a program of the highest possible quality and relevance. Some updates about the program committee. So I touched already on that we have subcommittees for NANOG, but we have a few that are more recently created that I would like to highlight. Those are for keynote speakers, women in tech, moderators, lightning talks, tutorials and tracks, and hackathon. The hackathon has been going on for some time, but the point of this is that we have more so focused on organizing specific people to be focused on these tasks, part of NANOG, to provide the best quality of an experience for whoever may be involved in any of these activities, or who may be hearing keynote speakers, and who are the best to possibly serve the community. So with our variety of expertise, we can place people within these subcommittees and then effectively find like possibly the best keynote speakers, or how can we best promote women in tech, lightning talks and so forth. How can we make all of these experiences to their utmost quality? And you can get involved. Participating on a broader scale helps ensure our future. You can vote by becoming a member of NANOG. Like I said, so one of the more recent committees that was developed was the Mentorship Committee. It's obviously been highlighted many times that we have a new generation coming, and there are senior members of the industry that could definitely help this new generation get their feet wet, feel comfortable, conquer imposter syndrome, and so forth. And so this mentor committee is meant to do just that, is that mentor effectively the next generation of people, or even collaborate of people at similar skill sets, or years of expertise, I should say, on how they can learn from each other. Teach. You can effectively provide a tutorial for the next upcoming conference, a webinar. You can offer to give a talk at NANOG Outreach, and then, of course, last but not least, present, which is the next item at the actual conference itself. Anybody can submit any presentation. The role of the PC primarily is to not only recruit, but then vote on these talks. And our goal is to get them effectively accepted. So if we see that you have material and you have a desire to present, we are going to, the best of our ability, get your presentation in a format and with the correct context, such that we believe it would be best served to our communities, and you can fulfill your pursuit of presenting. Evaluate. You can serve on the program committee. I touched on that just a bit ago. And then sponsor. Of course, NANOG is always looking for sponsors. So going a bit more in depth on outreach, education is central to NANOG's mission. Through outreach to colleges and universities, affiliate NOGs, and more remote tech communities, we're able to provide greater access to NANOG's tools, resources, and educational programming, which is designed and taught by industry professionals committed to the ongoing advancement of the Internet in North America. So point being, our goal is to tap into these underserved communities, make them aware of NANOG and how it can be used as a resource to, further their education, their career, and network, their social network. Anyone that can help with that in terms of expanding NANOG's mission. So going further, industry education for networking professionals is the main focus of outreach, educational and career development for college and graduate students, and then training within underserved regions of North America. We also have college programs and scholarships. So the college program is referred to NCI, and then as well we have scholarships. Here are some recent recipients from 2022. And the College Immersion Program, NCI was designed to give educators the opportunity to sponsor up to 5 students at a NANOG conference. So to tap in quickly to how I initially got involved in NANOG, I was studying in Chicago at DePaul University. I think it was either my second or third year. I was majoring in network engineering, and fortunate enough to have the opportunity to attend a school that had such a program, first and foremost, but as well have professors that are actively working in the industry and then coming to teach at night. I was lucky enough that when I was taking this specific class, the professor was already intimately involved with NANOG. I actually am serving with him right now on the PC together. And he mentioned, he made the students aware that NANOG 67 was coming to town in Chicago, where the students could literally just walk to the conference. They didn't have to pay for lodging or airfare, since we're all local. So it was a great opportunity to tap into, you know, what NANOG has to offer, and this further connecting yourself in your professional career with the industry. So from there, I myself actually went ahead. At the time, you needed professor sponsorship, and I couldn't get it at the time, but I went to the very next NANOG, NANOG 68, and that was in Dallas, Texas. When I attended that, I had a goal. My goal was to find a summer internship. Not only was it a requirement of my degree, but I knew fairly well that it was a major checkbox that I wanted to accomplish as soon as possible in terms of starting my professional career in network engineering, and possibly landing at a company that I can surround myself with really smart people and get my feet wet before I could even graduate, and then of course, you know, make some money, because college is not cheap. So at NANOG 68, when I went as a student, the NANOG attendee list is public. Everyone is wearing a name badge. If you are hungry enough, you can effectively go up, the community is super friendly, and talk to whoever, you know, you are interested in, and possibly with respect to their company, if they offer summer internships or any kind of internships specifically targeted to university students or what have you. You could be still, you know, well into a career and wanting to shift and completely change, you know, your perspective, and not necessarily be a university student for that record. But anyway, so I was able to go to, you know, not only the talks, but the socials afterwards, and meet people that I was able to exchange business cards with, and then email them my resume. And one way or another, that's how I actually ended up with a summer internship at Akamai that turned into a full-time offer, and now 6 years later, I'm still working for today as a network engineer. So all of that was because of NANOG, and you know, obviously the professor letting me know about the organization and the conference. But the content is rich. The network of people is extremely smart and professional, and as well welcoming. And that opportunity, some schools have career centers. We all have job postings that we can see online, but actually being in person with somebody and being able to shake their hand and make an impression goes a long way. And last but not least, you're as well possibly avoiding the dreadful applying for jobs online, go through various resume filters a lot of the time, and you may never know if your resume actually even gets looked at. Getting somebody's email address and emailing them directly your resume makes a significant impact compared to just applying in the stack of possibly 2,000 resumes online. So new programs, specifically highlighting the educational and mentorship programs. So the educational program is new. It's vendor-neutral courses developed and taught by knowledgeable internet professionals. All courses are vetted by a committee, the educational committee of industry professionals, to assure that all content is relevant to current industry working standards. And the courses are designed to aid students, junior engineers, and career professionals that advance their careers in a competitive marketplace. So just FYI about that. And then the mentorship program I touched on a little bit earlier, but a key to building the internet of tomorrow is to engage and inspire those who build tomorrow's internet. So mentorship is an essential component of professional development. Mentees in our program will have the opportunity to be guided by seasoned industry professionals, and mentors and mentees will be paired at NANOG conferences, create a personalized mentorship program to help the mentee achieve their goals. So this is something that NANOG is definitely passionate about, along with myself. And then virtual access. So the catalyst of this, as far as I'm aware, was effectively the pandemic. I remember going to San Francisco. That was the last NANOG conference in February of 2020 before everything shut down. And from that point, the show can't stop. We have to keep it going. How? We're going to go virtual. So we effectively developed a platform for the ability to stream video, flexible display options, Zoom integration, real-time chats, built-in Q&A, And you can read the rest off that slide there, where now, before you actually had to go to NANOG to see the talks and then, or wait a week or two until they're uploaded to YouTube, which I'll talk about in a second. But now you're able to actually engage with the presenters and ask questions in real time as they are presenting if you cannot attend in person, which is a significant shift for NANOG and an extreme benefit for the community, especially still in these times of COVID is still out there, and sometimes, especially due to economy status, budgets are frozen, you can't necessarily attend in person, but you still want to be engaged. Now we have that offering. And as well, we have a community forum. So for the legacy of NANOG, it's always been about the mailing list. But within the last few years, we've developed an online forum, community forum, that has a variety of affinity groups that you can join. Besides the mailing list, you can as well view in a different format rather than just plain text email. You can actually view it in this forum format. But we now have affinity groups that you can join in a forum. So topics include network automation, women in tech, LGBTQ+, walking, and whiskey connoisseurs. So the community is deep in their variety of passions, and it's not all just about work. You have to have some play. So we now have these affinity groups. And then, of course, the YouTube channel that I've been speaking about. To this day, I am going and looking at talks that happened 10 years ago, whether if it's for a reminder or to see how something evolved now 10 years later. It's just such rich content that is really just priceless. So I'm very fortunate that we actually have that material archived and uploaded to YouTube. For the most part, like I said as well, anytime a NANOG conference happens, usually within a week or two, all of those talks are uploaded onto YouTube where, even if you miss the remote sessions, you'll still be able to view that content. And likewise, the presenters usually always include their email addresses on slides where if you want to have any further discussions with them, you can go forward from there. And, even reach somebody and say like, hey, I saw you give this talk 10 years ago and I had a question about it. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron on NANOG? One question I had for you, Aaron, was can anyone be a member of NANOG? Now, NANOG is the North American NOG. So how, and someone from other regions, what do they need to do? Can they qualify?
Yes, so anybody can be a member, no matter where you are in the world or where you're from. It does come with a cost. The point is not only to shave possibly, pricing off, not possibly, it does shave pricing off of registration costs, for future conferences, but as well you're able to have additional abilities to vote on elections, which is the main other purpose of becoming a member. So you can actually influence the direction of NANOG's future by becoming a member. So keep that in mind. And just to reiterate, while we are the North American Network Operators Group, our reach is meant to be global, and as well we are welcoming of all. So.
Hi, Aaron. Thanks for that talk. Stephen Lee, CaribNOG. I just wanted, if you could talk a little bit into the NANOG hackathons.
Yeah.
I know that's something that's promoted all the time, but just to share a little bit about what's usually covered and how that works.
Definitely, yeah. So likewise, I said I went to NANOG 68. That was my second NANOG ever. And I didn't attend the hackathon at 67, but I definitely got my feet wet at 68. So that was my first hackathon. And not only was I interested in the industry, but at the time my software engineering skills were slim to none. And I was looking to learn primarily, not necessarily contribute. And so you can definitely walk into there as somebody that has no experience in software engineering or even network engineering for that matter, tech even, and just be a fly on the wall or a flower on the wall observing. So regarding the hackathon, now that I am co-chair of it, time has flown by. We have changed the model as years have passed, and now effectively every NANOG conference usually runs a Monday through a Wednesday. The hackathon actually starts a week prior. We have a welcome call over Zoom. Again, the catalyst of that was the pandemic. The point of still starting about a week earlier than the conference virtually is to curate team formation. So the idea is that you can participate as an individual contributor, or you can form a team or join a team that already exists and focus on a central goal of creating a solution to something. So that could be a bug in some sort of open source software. It could be a feature that is, helpful in currently some open source software. Or possibly it's even engaging certain thought of community members about a topic. It's not really meant to be a talk format, just to clarify, but we effectively pull everybody into a room and we say, we're going to give you a central theme of what we would ideally like for you to work on and curate solutions for. So our just past hackathon that just wrapped up in Atlanta for NANOG 87, our theme was sources of truth. So interacting with IPAM systems, IP address management systems, data center management systems, varieties of configuration databases and so forth, and how this interaction with sources of truth. The goal of a hackathon in general is just to basically create or hack something up that's cool and appealing and helpful for the community to use. So that is still our mission, of course, and however, sometimes people come to the NANOG hackathon and they don't have a theme, or they don't really know how they can find themselves in the event. So that's why we try and give that theme as a step to fall back on. And then at the same time, the committee that I'm a part of is trying to recruit, as we say, maintainers of open source software to come and share what they have already produced and how possibly the NANOG hackathon can further the vision of that software. So by fixing a bug that is impacting or providing a feature that, the goal obviously is within a format of about a week, what can you create? And then, with a network of people that possibly you've just met for the first time and could be lifelong friends. So.
Okay. So my name is Nicolas Antonello. I work at ICANN, and I have been with the community, with NANOG and CaribNOG and LACNIC, which is the one that corresponds to where I live, for years. So I have a kind of comment and then a short question for clarification, just to add to what you already explained. And as I remember that Claire earlier today and Vivian also, they talk about this, the networking side of the NOGs. You get in touch with technicians from, that are experts and very proficient in many topics regarding networking and all the stuff. If you have an issue when you're running, suppose you work in network operations and you have an issue, or there's a big issue in the region, you just send an email to the list, to the NANOG list, and everyone is gonna be willing to solve the issue without skipping all those call centers, even skipping all the having to talk to all the hierarchy in your company. So it's very fast, and that's worth millions of dollars. Yep. If you take it to offline or time off. So 100%. In the case of LACNIC and also NANOG, the mailing list subscription is free of, it's open to anyone, so it's free of charge, so you have to pay for that. So my question is, how it works that for NANOG? I think that is the same. You can subscribe to the list. Whether if you are not willing to be a NANOG member, you can subscribe to the list and you can have that advantage, that networking advantage, right?
Yes, it is free. Open for the public. Anybody can join that list. As well, all of the archives of that list go back, I can say actually decades now, at least 2 of them for sure. So it's such rich, priceless content that goes back in those archives, the mailing list that you can subscribe to today, right now, without being a member, and then likewise complement that with the YouTube channel archive. of talks presented. However, I just want to clarify, last but not least, in terms of being a member, the two primary focuses are being able to vote in elections and then as well save on registration costs. So that's pretty much it. Everything else in terms of NANOG is meant to be, for the community and open. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again, ARIN, and for that presentation on NANOG, that update on NANOG. And I'm sure you heard again today about the resources that are available that doesn't cost us anything, right? So we move on to, we're not going to have a break. Another, being flexible, Caribbean people, we're able to pivot. So if you need to step out a bit, you may, but we're going straight into lightning presentations. And now let me tell you, we have two lined up for you. Let me tell you what that is. It's a short 5-minute or less presentation, but it allows us to hear from the local community. So first up is Chad Fraser from Sonova, who's going to tell us a little bit about his software, what his organization does in Grenada. 5 minutes, Chad. We're counting. Timer on.
All right, thank you. Good day, everyone. So I'm Chad Fraser, and I'll tell this story. I think the story is a better format. Many years ago, I studied at the SGU, that's the St. George's University here. Upon graduating, and having a passion for technology, software development, I looked for opportunities locally to work in that field. Couldn't find any, and decided to start Sonova. That was 10 years ago. All right, so after starting, we basically started learning to build, and some of the learnings that Dennis would probably have had by working, I pretty much had to learn building solutions. Since we've built solutions for our government here, many organizations across the Caribbean, in the UK market, Netherlands, and I am also very passionate about community, working together, and also extending the opportunity that I created for myself to other young people. So currently my team is one of eight young people, all Grenadians. We're also, I think the goal that Dennis, or the vision that Dennis had about 50, or groups of 50s. So I'm going to pursue my group of 50 developers, all right? Of course, leveraging the networks and leveraging the relationships that we started building here and going forward. I'm hoping that this continues and it becomes a platform for networking and so forth. All right, so that's what we do. Right now, we built a platform that really leverages our 10 years experience building information systems, management information systems for organizations. We turn that knowledge into a platform that we're now making available to implementation partners and so forth. So it's exciting, and we are interested in partnering with others throughout the region who would like to leverage our platform to offer solutions in their countries. All right, so if you know of anyone, my contacts, I could probably say it here, is that okay? All right, my email is chad@sonova.com, and my phone number, mobile, 473-456-6804. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to leverage our work to create new opportunities for themselves and others across the region. And we're also interested in the African market. So I know there is one person here from that space. All right, so that's me. Thanks.
Thank you, Chad. That was really short and sweet. Any questions for Chad on what he does? Just a quick. Right.
At lunch, Chad, the other day, you said a little bit about some kind of training, sort of standardization, certification that you were working on. I found that very excited. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Okay. Right. So years ago, we started working on standardizing software development because we had not any local standards for what a full stack engineer should look like. All right, and so we partnered with the NTA. I'm not too sure if you're familiar, but there is what they call it, National Vocational Training Agency, National Training Agency, and they would have created standards, or you would work with them. We together with a small community of companies like myself, came together and created a standard. And of course, with support from EU, we got some funding from the Sky project. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. And we trained over the years, probably last 2 or 3 years, close to 500 Grenadians in ICT-related areas, including software development. But again, I'm very passionate about development of the sector. And I believe education and an alignment between what's been taught and what we need in the sector is very important. So I also serve on the curriculum committee for the TAMCC, as well as for the St. George's University for the IT programs. So it's all in an effort to bring it all together.
Thank you again, Chad. And this is really an opportunity for us to hear from the local community what is happening. And Chad reached out, he shared his contact information, and please make use of it. Our next presenter is Gervais Dabo. I hope I pronounced it accurately. And he is a member of the Grenada CSIRT, which is the Computer Security Incident Response Team of Grenada, and he will tell us something about what he does and the importance of his organization here in Grenada.
Right, so the name is Gervais Dabo. Good afternoon, everybody. And let me start by telling you a story. 10 years had passed. The Greeks wanted to get into Troy, and they were not able to do so. And so they came up with this nice plan: build a horse, leave it, and let's see what happens. And they built a horse, left it, and the Trojans, being very curious, took the horse, brought it into the city. In that horse were soldiers, and Troy fell. There were 2 people who spoke about not bringing that horse in. Laukun and Cassandra. And this is where the Grenada National Cybersecurity Incident Response Team comes into the picture. We are the people who click so our people do not have to click. We are the people who would assess the website and ensure that it is safe to do business so our people do not click and lose their money. But as in the story of Troy and that Trojan horse, should they decide to not listen to us and proceed, they can very well find themselves in a world of digital trouble. So we are just 9 months old. I guess we're ready to give birth, but we have been functioning. We were established officially in May of last year, and we provide support and awareness to all our people. We go into the schools, we speak to the young ones, we speak to teachers, we speak to the parents, letting them know what responsible use looks like. Also talking about cybersecurity and what you need to do, 2FA passwords, how you audit your security, how you harden your systems. So we do that, and we are all over the place. So if you want to find us, you can find us by simply going to our website, CSIRT.gov.gd, CSIRT.gov.gd, and from there you'd be able to find us on Instagram, on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitter, we're on TikTok, we are all over the place, designed to keep our people safe. Yes, we are a small team, so we're not quite where we want to be yet, but I think what you should bear in mind for those of you who are out there, where there are no CSIRTs, we're the precursor to the Grenada National Cybersecurity Agency. So we're step 1 in a two-step process. And I have to tell you, we have been able to help a lot of people save money. Unfortunately, people are still losing money. Accounts are still being compromised. But again, Lau Kun and Cassandra did say, don't bring it in. They brought it in, and Troy fell. I'm Jervis Dabrio. Thank you.
Seems as if we have quite a few motivational speakers here this afternoon to not have us go into the ITIS, right? That was really very good, Gervais. Question?
Yeah, thank you. Speaking to your process, how are you helping or how are you reaching out to the local population that is anti-digitization? How are you reaching to the persons who think that we should not go there and affecting a larger community?
Right. So we go into the churches, into the community. We would speak to just about anybody who would listen or invite us. But we also share stories of people who never use online banking, never use their card to purchase anything, but lost a lot of money because their child playing a game wanted to pay for something, went into mommy's purse, took the card, entered the information, and mommy didn't even know her details were compromised. So we share these things, and these are stories, these are actual things that happen, and some people, they do listen. As we explain it, whether you like the idea of digital transformation or you don't, digital transformation is happening. It will continue to happen. You may not like the idea of online banking, but understand if your money is in a financial institution and they are connected, they're online, your money is exposed on some level, you should be concerned. So we simply, lay it out plain, let them know what time it is, and try to do as much hand-holding as possible to walk them into improving their security posture and their level of awareness.
Thank you for that response. Again, I wish to say congratulations to the Grenadian government for ensuring that the CERT was set up, because that is a very important part of securing our networks and making them resilient. The question I have for you is, how can CaribNOG help in this regard? Help your CSIRT to do what it needs to do more efficiently and effectively?
Well, because we're small, a lot of the connections we have made, we have struggled to make them. The expertise that we need to address certain things, we do not have it as well in some instances. So as it is right now, any support we can get, people who can, just point us in the direction where we can have greater ties to bigger CSIRTs, and we can learn from them, we would really appreciate that. We know within the Caribbean there aren't that many, but there are many out there that we just don't know about. Our team is really, really small, so any support we can get just to help with the networking, we appreciate that.
Thanks again, yeah. Thank you for that, and we will definitely reach out to you and see how we could move forward on this. Again, we recognize the importance of having a CSIRT, and even though you start small, at least you have started, and that's the important thing, to get it done. We have one more lightened presentation for you, and that is Jerry George. Jerry is St. Lucia, and I'm not sure who Jerry is representing today because he wears many hats. So Jerry, come and tell us. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. One of the hats I wear, and I guess the main reason why I am here, is as one of the regulators with the NTRC in St. Lucia. However, this is not the hat I'm carrying as I stand up here. I carry the hat as the president of the ICT Association of St. Lucia, SLICTA, and I'll speak from that perspective. If we look at our theme here, building resilient networks, we're looking at resilience and business connectivity. I'm going to take a slightly different angle and a different perspective on resilience, because as Rodney Taylor said yesterday, the day before? Yesterday, he said, technology is easy. All of us technical people know that building resilience is relatively easy. You buy extra hardware, you run extra lines and so on, you replicate things, that's easy. Something we tend to forget is the resilience of people. And when Kenny gave his presentation and he said, stop thinking from a business perspective, stop thinking of an IT person, think of an IT department. It also ties in. Even if you're a small business and you have one person you're depending on, what happens when that one person is not available? We're in a disaster zone. We went through, Corona jumped into my mind. I'm thinking, no, it's something else because that seems so far away. But yeah, we went through COVID and we have hurricanes and all sorts of things. What happens if your IT person does not show up or is not available or is busy doing something else? Because where we have limited resources, one person may be the key resource for a number of different businesses. How do you deal with that? And so it comes into having the mindset of an IT department, even if you have one person. So from us as our technical people, we need to reach out, we need to lean on each other, we need to share resources, and we need to use those other resources that are available to us. One of the things we at SLICTA in St. Lucia did, for example, is we engage with different groupings to help share resources. We actually had meetings with the legal fraternity on when GDPR was released. We had meetings with them to share the knowledge on the potential impact that data exposure would have on them, on their businesses. We've met with the HR fraternity. I know you guys probably see job postings with ridiculous requirements and all they need is a technician. So sharing knowledge helps. Working with each other, and not just locally, regionally, internationally. Yesterday I had a discussion with Mr. Dabrio, I don't remember your first name, with regards to having the CERT capability, not just in each island, but having regional capability, similar to the RSS, for example, because if there is a problem in one island, we're small islands. How can each island afford the very high requirements and certification and so on? Regionally, we can share those costs. So we can look at that as far as being able to share our resources across the region, and with the whole CaribNOG thing, we're pushing, let's work together. We're all in it together. In fact, our independence message in St. Lucia, we just celebrated our 44th anniversary. Thanks, Albert, because I would probably get smacked going back home and not remembering that. Our theme was Devant Ensemble, together, forward together. Okay? So the real idea in terms of resilience, not just from a technical perspective, resilience of our people, resilience of our resources, resilience of our, you name it, resources, people, community, countries, and so on. Another key point in terms of the resilience, document our systems. We make sure we document, and not just document within our heads. Many of us were guilty of that. We know the system inside out, upside down, coming and going. But you're not available, someone else has to come in, and suddenly nothing is there. So we document. We ensure we have multiple accesses to resources, and let's share. The industry is bigger than any one of us can handle. So let's not be afraid to share. Let's not be afraid to what is the word compete? We compete cooperatively. Let's not be afraid to do that. And as we would say in St. Lucia, ano ali duvan asam. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
I just wanted a second bite at the apple because I think my time was up. I'm also here to announce, wearing my Slichter hat, that CaribNOG 26 will be held in St. Lucia this coming September. We're looking at the possible date, subject to confirmation, the week of September 11th to the 15th. Anything? It will be ICT Week and CaribNOG, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry, and thank you to the team, both the NTRC and the team in St. Lucia, for agreeing to host CaribNOG 26. I just want to make this quick point that it is going to continue with this format of being part of an ICT week. We're going to be taking some of the suggestions that we got here in terms of adding different components. So this week we had the business forum and the public policy forum. In St. Lucia, we'll be adding a special forum for educators, particularly those who will be responsible for understanding what kinds of instructions they need to give the technology people for setting up networks in schools. And we also, just based on that conversation Jerry and I had around the hands-on networking, we also want to have a special hands-on workshop for persons responsible for deploying networks in schools and hotels. Because we've seen across the region challenges in terms of setting up and properly configuring those kinds of networks. So our lab in St. Lucia is going to cover hands-on, let's build a wide area network for those kinds of institutions. So thank you again, Jerry and the NTRC team and those in St. Lucia who have agreed. We'll confirm the dates, but the tentative dates is as you saw, as you should be seeing on screen. The tentative dates are the second week in September, and we invite those of you who are interested to either join us online, or I'm sure Albert will love to hear me saying this, or come to the lovely Helen of the West Indies, St. Lucia, for CaribNOG 26.
Thank you again, Jerry. Thank you, Bevel, for making this happen, and Jerry for facilitating. We look forward to meeting up with you again in St. Lucia. As some of you may know, this is not our first time in St. Lucia, and it's, I think, our third time there. So we're looking forward to being back in St. Lucia. Now, this brings us to the end of our formal presentations for today, but this is where we have an open mic, and we want to hear from you all. We want to hear about we want some feedback, some comments, any questions that you may have had that are lingering. But before we do that, I'm just going to ask David to just come and tell us a little bit about what we can expect tomorrow, because we are looking forward to a session with our students and a hands-on session, labs for tomorrow. So David can do it better than I can.
Hi, everybody. So tomorrow is going to be completely different than everything you've seen this week. Tomorrow, this room is going to look completely different because there are going to be 130 students from around the island who will be here. And when they walk in, there are going to be these boxes, these closed boxes on all the desks. And the first thing that's going to happen is our friend ARIN from Akamai is going to talk to them for a little bit about the hard skills and the soft skills that they need to, if they're interested in building a career in engineering or in ICT in general. And what's cool about that is not only ARIN's young, and he's got some fresh perspective on what he needed, other than, an old guy like me, but importantly, students don't have any of the biases we do. And they're going to ask him the craziest questions, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And then they're going to unbox what's in front of them. And it's a brand new laptop. And we're going to spend a little time setting those laptops up, getting them connected to the Wi-Fi. And over the next 4 hours, these students, we're going to put them at a command prompt. And that command prompt is going to be inside a VM in AWS. And for the next 4 hours, these students are going to address a router and learn what an IP address is from our friend Nate at ARIN. They're going to connect that router to an ISP. They're going to turn on BGP. They're going to learn what BGP is. And they're going to learn why it's important. They're going to start passing packets between their network and the ISP. We're going to teach them a little bit about peering and transit. Then we're going to then they're going to configure a recursive resolver. Then, if time allows, we're going to talk a little bit about validation, DNSSEC and RPKI. And at the end of 4 hours, these students are going to walk out and go home, and I hope they're going to tell their friends and their family that today I built an ISP from the ground up, and let me tell you all about it. So that's tomorrow.
Thank you, David. He just used the word old, when I came before the mic and I had a senior moment there. So I saw there was somebody with a feedback or question.
Yes? Good. Well, it speaks directly to what gentleman was speaking about. I am questioning and I'm calling on CaribNOG. When and what are you going to come up with to bridge that gap or break that barrier in terms of the 5 years in secondary school? Because I'm looking at all of this and we are talking expertise as the eloquent motivational speaker. We are looking at expertise and experience. And if we go in digital, then digital is not slow. So when are you going to help us at the Caribbean government to bridge that gap, break the barrier, so that we can have children 12, 13 entering and taking up these jobs and being very competent instead of waiting till 16, 17, 18, or maybe when they drop out of school, 18, 19, go to college. Too many years are being wasted. So I hope you're drinking that coffee that I'm giving here so that we can, in the Caribbean, embrace transformation from all angles. Thank you.
Okay, lovely question. And let me just say to you, I recognize when you point your finger, you have 3 fingers pointing back. Right? So you said you. Secondly, I would say to you that this morning we declared we are CaribNOG. So we are the ones, as the community, to come up with the solutions. Bevel also reminded us it's not the organizing team or committee that does these things. So you have comments, join the mailing list, join the CaribNOG engineering group. We have a WhatsApp group, and share your comments and feedback. And those are the things that drive what we do, and how we can talk to governments and how we can get these things done. You've done a commendable thing by being here today, this week, and that's the start. But we can't let it just stay in this room. We have to take it forward, and each of us needs to take a collective responsibility to make it happen. And that's my response.
Oliver Lawrence from St. Lucia. I'm a commissioner. And it's open mic, right? Mm-hmm. Open mic. I really must say it was the most satisfying week I have had in many years. I think just coming here, from the experts, team working, just barely discussion, particularly over lunch. And I couldn't ask for anything better. So I must say to the organizers, okay, both CaribNOG and ICT Week Grenada, for a wonderful, rewarding week. I also must, well, at least guarantee you, as you prepare to travel to St. Lucia to participate in CaribNOG, that you will find the most wonderful set of Caribbean people, and almost guarantee you that that activity there will be as successful as this one, because we all have seen the blueprint for hosting such an activity. And it's my first time at CaribNOG, and again, to repeat, it was really worth the effort. Thank you.
And I would like you to say, I am
CaribNOG.
Right. Great, great. Thanks for that assurance. We look forward to being in St. Lucia. Any other questions, comments, just feedback? Okay. Well, I wish to thank all of you, both in the room and online, for being with us here for the week, and especially for CaribNOG 25, which continues tomorrow. We would like to thank all our collaborative partners, ARIN, ICANN, the CTU, LACNIC, Internet Society, LACNOG, the NTRC, Flow, Antillian, and I think the Chamber of Industry and Commerce Grenada and the Government of Grenada. But NANOG, yes? Right. You know, sometimes you do this and there is somebody that you've missed. I hope I haven't missed anyone. I thank all the presenters, in person and online, who took the time to be here with us. We thank all of you who has come the furthest. I think it's this gentleman, he said his name several times. You've come the furthest. I think you've come from South Africa, is it? Yes, and I know that we also have some online participants who are global. That's what the internet allows. So that's the reason we need to continue to keep the internet resilient and strong. We look forward to your participation tomorrow, as well as your continued participation in helping us to keep our Caribbean internet resilient and strong. Thanks again. Have a very good evening, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Goodbye.